We're going to get going in just a couple of minutes. I'm ready to go live. Good morning. People want to take a seat? I'm going to get rolling here. Good morning. All right, don't make me play the music. First of all, I'd just like to say I'm looking around the room and I'm really disappointed with all these men that are here and don't have a tie on. I mean, it's really, really pretty, I don't know what kind of message you're sending. I went out and bought this at a voodoo shop late yesterday afternoon. It's the most expensive tie I've ever bought. You know, it cost $7. A true story, the first time I testified to Congress it was either late 1999 or 2000, I set a record as being the first person to testify to Congress wearing a suit that cost less than $10. Bought it at the Goodwill 2 days before I headed for the Hill. That's why we still have our money in the bank. I'm a cheapskate. Welcome back. I see some blurry eyes this morning, including my own. We'll get going. I just wanted to first do the safety moment because, you know, in New Orleans, tragedy can strike at any moment. So as we go out through the rest of the day, and if you're going to be around this evening, just remember that they like to use butter here. We had some real public engagement last night at 10 o'clock down at the Cafe du Monde. I don't remember, I didn't count heads, but we had a good turnout. You know, and one of the things I noticed is that there was real progress even in this event over the last 20 years, because there's a picture, and I could have shown it, but I didn't want to embarrass anybody in the room, of a number of years ago, somebody trying to eat beignets here wearing a black suit and black pants, and he was just covered with sugar. And I wore these black pants last night eating beignets, and look at how the OQ has kicked in for beignet eating. Professional beignet eater, yes. Just want to thank again, we were stalling a little bit because we were waiting for the webcast to come live, but it is live again, so we want to welcome everybody that's watching from somewhere else, and thank PHMSA again for helping pay for that webcast to make sure people that can't afford to get to Louisiana or don't have the time can watch what's going on here. Also wanted to thank Inga and the Inga Foundation again for helping put on the Smart Pig showcase last night during the reception. The session on Smart Pigs was really good, and I think it was really good to go down and get to poke those a little bit. I really appreciated that. And also again wanted to thank the different organizations and companies that helped fund some of the citizen travel to get people here so you could hear stuff live and go out and eat beignets and ride the carousel last night. I also wanted to let people know that we're not going to be back here next year. I think I say that every year. We're going to think about maybe going somewhere else, and then every year we come back. But we actually are not going to be back here next year. But I want to have people hold the dates because we're going to try something a little different next year. Next year is the 10-year anniversary of the big spill in Kalamazoo, Michigan. And some people in Michigan had approached us and wanted to do some kind of a retrospective look back on what happened there because of that spill, what has changed, kind of like we're doing here for the last couple days on the 20-year anniversary of the Bellingham. They want to look back 10 years after that spill, what's changed, what's improved, what still needs improvement. So it's still in the works. I can't give you any details, but next year, at least this one will be going on in July next year in Michigan, which will be something totally different, but it'll work out just fine. It'll be kind of a similar format, we hope, but that's where we will be next year.
You don't have
the dates are on the screen. All right, we know who was right in the carousel last night. I just want to get right into our opening address this morning. We're very pleased to have with us Jim Hall, who was the chairman of the NTSB from 1994 to 2001. He was the chair of the NTSB when the Bellingham incident occurred. He was in town. The families who lost children really appreciated the way NTSB responded to that and the way Mr. Hall addressed that. He became, to some degree, while we were kind of crying in the wilderness, as you saw him say yesterday on the video, a hero for people in Bellingham as speaking truth to power in many ways. And I just want to read a quick little snippet, if I can squint into this screen this morning, of a speech that he gave in early or late 1999, the same year that the pipeline failed, to the Association of Oil Pipelines in D.C. that same year. And he was addressing them about what they could do, and what he said was, there is also the absence of a proactive regulatory environment. Let me suggest shelter. The regulatory context that is comprehensive, progressive, proactive, and trusted by those whose interests it is meant to protect. There is nowhere today the sense that the Office of Pipeline Safety is in charge, or that its regulations, its inspections, its assets, its staffing, and its spirits are adequate to the task. We at the NTSB have been asked too often by communities and courts and citizen groups to do jobs which are assigned by design to OPS, to believe that trust in the Research and Special Projects Administration and OPS is deep and wide. It is otherwise. and you, as much as the government, are responsible for that deficiency. That was 20 years ago, and that gave the people of Bellingham a lot of kind of push to continue our push to change things. And as you've heard over the last couple days, things have changed. OPS has stepped up to a good degree. There's a lot more information available, a lot of new technology and stuff going on. But I wanted to read this because this really kind of helped galvanize a lot of the issues that were going on in Bellingham. So I would like to introduce Jim Hall to the stage and hear what he has to say 20 years later.
Going to upset anything if I shut that.
It might turn the picture off. Can you capture that picture? Yeah, he wants to shut the computer, but he wants it on the screen.
Well, no, just to put it down.
Yeah, I think that'll turn it off.
That's fine. That's fine. Well, good morning. It's really an honor for me to have been invited to participate in this event this year. And before I begin my remarks, I have two important recognitions, and in order of importance. My wife, Annie, of 46 years, made this trip with me because of two things: her love for pipeline safety and her love for New Orleans. Carl, let me just bring you up to speed and hopefully give you a little faith in our government. Where the Office of Pipeline Safety failed the American people, the Department of Justice stepped in and set up the Pipeline Safety Trust, because there was not an effective voice for pipeline safety in America. And under Carl's leadership and his articulate advocacy, he has had a major impact, along with the participants in this trust, in the safety advancements in the pipeline industry. I give recognition also, of course, to the men and women that staff the companies and are the foot soldiers in pipeline safety. But Carl, you have made a difference. Thank you very much. This is a little bit of an emotional speech for me, because here we are 20 years after Bellingham. We're gathered together, and I enjoyed participating yesterday, hearing experts from different perspectives, different experiences, different responsibilities. And while all of us may not be considered experts, we have one thing in common. We all share a commitment to pipeline safety, or we wouldn't be here. The Bellingham accident happened on my watch at the NTSB. Within hours of the tragedy, on June 10th, 1999, I was on my way to Bellingham with the NTSB GO team, and only to be once again reminded why the safety of our pipeline infrastructure needed to be a national priority. Each of you can tell a story about why you're engaged in pipeline safety, a reason that brought you here today. You see my three reasons pictured on this screen. 3 beautiful lives we didn't have to lose. I had many difficult moments at the NTSB, but when I arrived in Bellingham and asked to meet with the families, I was told 2 of them were not available because they were standing vigil at the hospital with their children who had lost so much skin they could not survive yet valiantly lived another day or two. At that time, with 2 teenage daughters who have now provided Annie and I 5 grandchildren, I couldn't imagine what those families were enduring. I value human life. I was taught that by my parents and my church. I lived and experienced that in Vietnam. And at the NTSB, I traveled to far too many accident sites, walking around the wreckage of aircraft, of railroad cars, of tours and school buses within miles of where I lived, and what was left behind when pipelines failed and destroyed homes, neighborhoods, and families. I tried to use my time at the agency to lay out roadmaps for all the modes of transportation, which, as you know, the NTSB covers all, that would lead to improved technology or procedures to ensure that future NTSB chairmen wouldn't have to walk the same ground I did. In that spirit, I gave a speech months after the Bellingham tragedy in which I warned the industry that continued pushback against reasonable regulation and recalcitrance in instituting improvements voluntarily would be penny wise and pound foolish. And while there have definitely been improvements in the last 2 decades, one I'm very pleased with is the federal rule requiring excess flow valves in newly constructed or renewed gas service lines. Other important NTSB recommendations still sit waiting to be implemented. Does anyone here think we have done everything we need to do since Bellingham? Well, it's only fair to say that all of us need to recognize that safety issues to the companies and to the nation are economic issues. The bottom line in the boardroom is difficult to budge, as well as the OMB officials in Washington, D.C., who stand ready to use the cost-benefit analysis to stop safety progress. In order to be safety advocates as customers, regulators, pipeline employees, investigators, or whatever your role would be, we need to follow the money. Let me share with you one example I lived last year of what happens when individuals who pay the utility bills are not represented when significant safety decisions are made. We've all heard about urban sprawl and how over time burgeoning communities allow development to creep closer and closer to the pipelines that were once in remote areas. Residents are then surprised to learn that, oh my goodness, I'm living right near a pipeline right away because of local zoning many times, overzealous developers who again put profits before safety. But until last year, I had never seen a city invite the construction of a high-pressure natural gas pipeline transmission system right through the heart of their business and residential areas. I was invited to join business and civic leaders in opposing the construction of a pipeline by Virginia Natural Gas down city streets within yards of schools, churches, and community centers in Norfolk, Virginia. Not surprisingly, the pipeline wasn't being placed in leafy suburban neighborhoods of Norfolk, but through the working class heart of that city. The decision on that pipeline's location was not made in a vacuum. But who was it that made that decision? And who was invited to be in the room at the time that decision was made? The decision was made, obviously, to enhance the financial well-being of the company and to provide additional revenue for the city. It did not take into consideration the well-being and safety of the residents of the city who would be living with a high-pressure gas line right under their feet, and do so today. As safety advocates, we know it is in the interest of companies to run safe operations. And the most important factor in doing that is transparency. If safety first were the underguiding element in approving the Norfolk project, it would appear common sense would dictate against placing a high-pressure natural gas pipeline under city streets constantly subjected to heavy traffic and road work, and within the blast zone of schools, churches, community centers, and homes. I walked out of a church and counted 15 feet to where I was then standing over the high-pressure pipeline that had been put in the previous week. Well, progress? I remain baffled that a city would actually invite the installation of such a pipeline in congested rural urban areas, that a company would opt for the cheapest route while increasing the risk of catastrophe for people and property, and that's most alarmingly, state and federal regulators would permit it. You might argue, overall, the pipeline industry is very safe. We've heard 2.8 million miles of pipeline, 5 times the distance to the moon and back. But let me give you an example in another mode of transportation I became very familiar with at the NTSB. The airline industry certainly has bragging rights about their safety record, with the last catastrophic crash involving a large transport category U.S. airliner occurring 18 years ago. A lot of that, I think, was recommendations that were made in the 90s when there were so many accidents. They carry 1 billion domestic passengers each year. But what have you been reading in recent months? Both the Boeing Aircraft Corporation, once the North Star of aviation technology and safety, and its regulator, the Federal Aviation Administration, paid for by our taxes, and we contribute over $3 billion a year in taxes on our our airline tickets. Both of those organizations allowed our systems of checks and oversight to evolve in such a way that the Federal Aviation Administration handed major portions of its certification process to the manufacturer, essentially allowing Boeing to certify itself, telling Congress, we are big enough and we know best how to certify these aircraft. Well, the only reason the 2 crashes in Ethiopia and Indonesia have not become daily fare on Capitol Hill, Wall Street, and cable TV is because those crashes happened in Ethiopia and Indonesia, not in Seattle and New Orleans. Nevertheless, the long-term effects on Boeing in both financial standing and reputation are and will continue to be devastating. In fact, Boeing's most recent estimate last July they said the financial hit, and they haven't stopped counting, because of the two 737 crashes, will exceed $8 billion. What minuscule portion of that could have covered a little more R&D for the problematic flight management system, MCAS, or a little more allowance to the airlines for training pilots about that system? Well, the individuals who made that decision, who were paid very well, are still there. What does that say about accountability in our country? Where is the accountability in our country today? Unfortunately, our nation of late has shown a lot of loss of respect for what our parents taught us. Basic accountability. I'm not talking about our current political crisis. Lord, politicians avoiding accountability has been all too common through my professional and life and experience in politics. But now we see it in the entertainment and news industry. We see it in sports. And we see it too often among those charged with providing our basic needs and ensuring our safety. We have consulting firms in Washington making lots of money to teach people how to get through a crisis without avoiding responsibility or accountability. Well, every American depends on the products and services provided by the pipeline industry. We pay for those services, you know, through our utility bills and at the pump. And the companies reap profits. And, quite frankly, they deserve those profits. Installing and maintaining the vast structure of 2.8 million miles of pipeline, you saw some of the technology last night, it's expensive. And yes, over time, accidents are declining. But that answers the question we are all here to discuss. Is the accident rate as good as it can be? Carl's testimony before Congress earlier this year noted in just 3 years since the Pipeline Safety Act of 2016 was signed into law, there have been over 1,700 reportable incidents, and over those 1,700, 775 were considered significant. And I asked those individuals who are here representing the companies and corporations that provide this essential service, are you investing in an appropriate level of your profits in research and in maintenance? Well, that's where I believe each of you, as safety advocates, should be given a place at the table. When the CEO sits down to make decisions, like constructing a high-pressure pipeline under urban streets, or deferring maintenance on a line for just one more year, or declining to invest in remote shutoff valves, someone in this room, representing everyone in this room, needs to be in that room. These are utilities given certain rights in exchange for certain responsibilities. This isn't the Mars Candy Company. These are utilities given certain rights in exchange for certain responsibilities. One of those, biggest of those responsibilities is accountability. For CEOs, accountability to their customers and the safety of their customers before their board of directors and shareholders. Probably one of the most significant things that's happened is the actions of the Business Roundtable in changing how they go about doing business and how they preach and walk their walk. I don't know whether you caught that, but that's extremely important. Because for pipeline companies in general, each day, I turn on the heat in my house and others, our safety depends on you. It is a responsibility of every CEO and board of directors to institute a strong safety culture in their companies. And that includes empowering employees to always do the right thing. Lived a long time, seen a lot of things. Most people want to do the right thing if they are empowered to do the right thing. Supporting employees who identify safety issues, concerns, and problems. Authorizing employees to stop a job when an unsafe condition is identified or suspected. And always putting safety first. Not, as someone said, as a slogan or lip service, but yeah, always putting safety first. Well, getting back to Boeing, that company is arguably experiencing the worst crisis in its history. Why? Because they forgot that rather than being accountable to the American people, they felt they were accountable only to themselves and to their financial bottom line. That happens a lot with great big companies and great big governments. Does Boeing understand that you and I don't care about billions of dollars lost on Wall Street? We do care about the lives lost in Indonesia and Ethiopia. And today, this morning in this room, we care about and remember the lives lost at Bellingham. In my opinion, Boeing was driven by profits and losses and lost sight of its safety mission. That the FAA permitted it is another shocking abdication of accountability. So I urge you, be accountable. Here's an easy test. Imagine your loved one living adjacent to your pipeline. Is it as safe as it can be? Is it safe as you want it to be? Has it been inspected recently? Do you have the newest and latest shutoff valves? Yes, I know you may have met minimum regulatory requirements and industry standards, but are minimum requirements and minimum standards good enough for your family? And I realize this is horrible to contemplate, but can you imagine if one of your loved ones was at that creek 20 years ago? Every pipeline in America should be fabricated, inspected, tested, operated, and maintained like your life depends on it, like the lives of your family, friends, and neighbors depend on it. That requires transparency among union leaders, industry leaders, and regulators, and accountability from the corporate suite to the line workers. It is in that spirit I hope we all remember Bellingham. Thank you.
We've got a few minutes, and Jim says he's willing to take a few questions. I don't know if we've got some microphones ready. Yes, we do. Any questions for Mr. Hall? I'm glad to see that some things haven't changed in 20 years, and Mr. Hall is still an advocate for safety.
Got to be a question. I see someone with a question. Here you go, Chuck.
So I'm sure you've paid attention to the changes in the regulations and the processes with, changes at OPS, now PHMSA, and I've seen them and they've been good. In your opinion, where we're at right now from a regulatory standpoint and a process standpoint, where would you say that we ought to be focusing our energy in trying to improve the regulatory framework?
Well, I was talking to some folks with companies last night. I still do not see the federal government. The sad part about the FAA is the federal government, that regulatory agency is well-funded, well-staffed, and well-organized for its mission. And as we learned, leadership means everything. Safety starts at the top of any organization. Your employees, your staff, et cetera, are going to be driven by the budgets and the financial approvals made in the boardroom, because that's where they decide what's important. They decide whether it's safety, their own income, or the shareholders' profits. The same with government. We don't invest enough in the other modes of transportation other than aviation. And the best investment probably ever made was creating this pipeline safety trust. 20 years ago, I didn't see the industry, the regulators, the community, the people that provide the technology coming together as I've seen yesterday and today. So I'm not going to go through the NTSB recommendations, et cetera, but the common sense investments for the cutoff valves, and why in the world on an excess flow valve, which was such a simple and new technology, it took forever to get it accepted and through. And it appears still as 20 years ago, there's a lot more progress being made on the liquid side than on the gas side. And I'd like to see those even out. There's a lot to be done, and that's why we're here. But I'm also proud to say 20 years later, there's been a lot of progress that's been made, and I applaud Carl, I applaud the companies that have changed their culture, involve the leadership in the business community, because that's important. They're the ones that make these decisions. So I'm pleased, but as I hope I expressed in my speech, there is so much left to be done that it's important we be about it.
It's like one more there.
Mr. Hall, yesterday the mayor of Lawrence talked about accountability.
Right.
And you've talked about accountability. Now, he talked about penalties, and I'm wondering how you would address accountability. How would we proceed with responsibility and accountability in real terms of action?
Well, the NTSB, unfortunately, through many of its accident investigations, has addressed that issue at many levels. We've talked about at the individual level, safety management systems and situational awareness and things that help. We've talked about advancing and bringing technology into the system. Where, in my personal opinion, we've lost accountability is at the top of our systems of government and business. And the only way to change that is for the individuals who are at the bottom of the system to demand accountability at the top. And sometimes that's not so easy. Sometimes that might mean standing in the street with a sign. Sometimes that might mean writing a letter. But the greatest three words in the English language were said by Winston Churchill: never give up.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Well, we'll give Bruce the last question. Or statement, I don't know which is coming.
Yeah, I don't have a question. Is this on?
Yep.
The picture of the boy holding the fish, that was my stepson, Liam. And I've been on the board of the Pipeline Safety Trust since its beginning. And I've stayed on and stayed involved all these years because I want to keep trying to make a difference. But I don't have, and so I feel like I've made a difference. I certainly am proud to be a part of the Pipeline Safety Trust because I know it's making a difference. But I've always wanted to have a stronger voice, and my voice, I feel like, is mostly overcome by my emotion. So I'm involved in other ways. And so I just wanted to say I've been dependent on the voices of other people, and I'm thankful to the Pipeline Safety Trust, but I'm especially thankful to Carl and to you, Jim, for your continued advocacy for pipeline safety. And so from the bottom of my heart, from Marlene, Liam's mom, and from Liam, I want to say a very sincere thank you.
All right. We're off to another good start this morning. We're going to break into two different sessions now. In this room, we're going to talk about what I'm calling the next big thing, what to do with those 435,000 miles of completely unregulated gathering lines. And a lot of this discussion is going to revolve around whether we're willing to spend money to make people safe or whether we're going to protect our bottom lines and only do a small portion of those pipelines. That will be in this room. In the room across the hall, we're going to talk about the major data and transparency initiatives. You heard Jim talk about the importance of transparency. So we're going to go through a whole bunch of those initiatives and how far they've gone. So choose your room and make your move. We've got one more PowerPoint to load here, I think, and maybe one in the other room, and we'll get going in a couple of minutes. Thank you. Oh, I don't know if we can. Who's going first?
Huh?
Who's going first?
Aaron.
Well, I got hopes for Jim, but I didn't have that high hopes.
That's amazing. That was amazing. All right, everyone, we're going to get started. So I'm Sarah Gossman, and I am president of the board of the Pipeline Safety Trust. I want to welcome those of you I haven't gotten a chance to talk to yet to the conference, and to thank you very much for being here. When I first came to this conference, it was after the Enbridge spill in Michigan, and it was an amazing experience for me. I had never seen a conference that brought together all of these parties to talk about issues in a way that was meaningful. And I continue to be amazed by this every year and grateful to be part of such an incredible organization. All right, so we are going to talk about gas gathering pipelines. And I have with me an incredible panel here, so I will introduce them briefly. The bios are, of course, in your packet, and I will introduce them by order of presentation. So I'll start with Aaron Martinez. He's the at Marathon Petroleum, and he's committee chair for the API RP 1182 large diameter gathering lines, and he will explain what that is. He is going to talk about the technical issues, what gathering pipelines are, so we're all on the same page, as well as what's been happening in the API process. Next in line is Mary Friend, who is a director of pipeline safety at the West Virginia Public Service Commission. She will talk about the state perspective, issues of state authority and interest in regulation. I will go next, and I will talk a little bit about the public side of issues as it relates to risk and regulation, and about questions of who should make decisions and who should make policy here. And then we will end with John Gale, who you all know from the Office of Standards and Rulemaking. He's the director there at the Office of Pipeline Safety at PHMSA. He is going to talk about the federal response to this set of issues around gathering pipelines and where we are now in terms of the current status of the PHMSA rulemaking as much as he can. Okay, so we'll start with Aaron.
No, I don't know. I was asking, do I just do arrows to advance? Or?
Yeah.
There we go. Okay. Good morning. So I wanted to start off the conversation with just kind of level setting as to how gathering works and why it is that we're talking about gathering now and what's changed recently that has us a lot more interested than perhaps we had in the past. So it's probably not a big surprise to anyone that, you know, with the introduction or the improvement of technologies in the production world, we're drilling a lot more, or we're getting a lot more production in natural gas, especially in areas where we previously couldn't get, right, in some of the shale regions. So, and one of the results of this increased production in natural gas throughout the U.S. is the need to be able to get it to market. And so one of the things that we're seeing that we didn't see in the past, so historically in unconventional gathering, unconventional production, we typically, gathering lines were low pressure, smaller diameter lines, and so there wasn't as much concern from a risk standpoint. With the introduction of the unconventional production, we're beginning to see larger diameter, larger pressure lines. And as an example, I mean, we're seeing lines up to 36 inches at 1,000 pounds that are essentially unregulated gathering because of how they fit in the system and where they're located. So most of these lines are what we call Class 1 rural gathering. And so just to kind of level set, I wanted to define those two terms, you know, what gathering is and what Class 1 is. So moving on, so this is an oversimplification of the process of getting natural gas, and you start off with production, which is, you know, the ones that actually drill it and bring it up. And the gathering process essentially is gathering all that gas from the production wells, getting it ready for transportation to the end consumer. And so there's a lot of things along that process, including gas processing and treatment, taking out the impurities from the natural gas. In some cases, those impurities are actually valuable products on their own, like natural gas liquids that are everything from precursors to plastic to, heating fuels. And then after all that processing and gathering, then that's where we get it ready for the transmission pipelines that the large interstate pipelines that cross many states and take it ultimately to the local distribution companies and the end consumers, the end users of the gas. And then we talk about class location. So class location is essentially a measure of population density, is probably the easiest way to put it. And by regulation, there's 4 classes, and we have to, as operators, we have to evaluate our entire pipeline system to determine what that population density is along our line. And the short of it is, along any 1 mile stretch of pipeline and 660 feet on either side of that pipeline, we have to count the number of buildings intended for human occupancy. And if that number at any given point on that sliding scale is 10 or less, then it falls into the category of what we call class 1. And I won't go into the other classes, but you can see that as you get into denser populations or as you get into buildings that have high populations within them, then they reach a higher class. And so the class of pipelines that we're talking about today are these class 1 and then gathering pipelines. And then, like I said, I note that the class 1 gathering pipelines right now under current regulation are not subject to the federal pipeline standards. So what are we doing about it? Well, API initiated a recommended practice to provide a recommendation on how these larger diameter, larger or higher pressure gathering lines should be treated absent of regulation. So even though they're not currently under the regulatory scheme, it's obviously been identified that, hey, these need some sort of standard, some sort of guide to go by. So we started this effort in early 2018. The first meeting, we had almost 100 participants. We had, stakeholder groups from industry, from regulators, from public advocacy groups. And the principle of the document was really to use existing proven concepts to evaluate potential risk. And as, we've talked about, the biggest concerns were around diameter and pressure, and how those are a function of risk, or risk is a function of those. The other thing we wanted to think about, too, in developing this is could we set a potential framework for future regulation should the regulatory agencies decide to do that, which, you'll see they are. We're actually in the process right now of balloting this document. And this is open to the public to comment on if you would like, and later on in the presentation I'll show you how to do that. So what does it cover? So the scope of the document was decided to be at a diameter of greater than 12.75 inches. And we broke it into 2 different types. Those that are high pressure, large diameter, which are up there as a type C, and those that are lower pressure, large diameter. And in those, we set varying requirements based on risk, everything from, like, I have the list up there, but design and construction, damage prevention and line marking, right? Being in one call, marking your lines, repair and security, and a number of other things. And the other thing, too, is record keeping. One thing that I'll say about this is a baseline standard for what are the minimum requirements for perhaps an operator that has not operated in the regulatory realm before. And so, if you're one of these producers or gatherers that have not really operated within the realm of the regulatory construct in the past, and you want to say, where do I start? That's what this is. And you've heard several times today and yesterday that minimum standards are not how you get to zero. So this is not the end game. This is the starting point. Anybody who's interested, so these API standards do follow ANSI standards, so they are open for anyone to comment on. And so if you're interested in commenting, if you want to read it, and provide input, you're welcome to. There's a link up there which we can provide afterwards. And then you'll see the circled little area there says open all API ballots. And that actually gives you and this holds true for a lot of API standards. And so you have the opportunity, even as a member of the public, to go in there and to look at them and provide comments if you want. I will tell you that this particular one closes at midnight tonight. So yeah, timing was a little not ideal. I apologize for that, but it's been open for quite a while. But know this, that the API is constantly balloting various standards, and they're always open to the public to comment on. So what are the next steps? Next week, the group actually is going to take the comments from all the stakeholders that have provided input. And then we're going to go through them. And one of the requirements of a standard like this is that we address every single comment that comes in. Now, that doesn't mean that the group decides to adopt or make a change of it, but we have to at least address it. I think the next step is for operators to take this and to really socialize this and lead by example, to implement this and to communicate to their peers the importance of implementing an important standard like this. I think the other thing too is to continue to analyze data. That was one of the things that from a regulatory standpoint we've lacked is because this large universe of gathering lines have kind of sat out there in this unregulated state, there's not a lot of data behind it. And I think to really address risk, we have to get the data and understand where it tells us to go. And then as with any management cycle, this is step one. We need to evaluate then with the data and the effectiveness of how this plays out to decide where to go next. So this is not the end. This is simply the starting point. I think that's all I have.
I'm hoping that one of these things is yours. Okay, here we are.
Perfect.
Can we take it from there? Yep.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I can figure out how to make it bigger.
That's good.
Maybe. Did you open
Did you
it?
put it up? Slideshow? Here, I'll
Yeah, I did. Foreign computers.
No, that's all right.
It's a PowerPoint. It's just a foreign computer,
Whoa, sorry. Just do. There you go. Okay.
Perfect. Up and down? Okay. Good morning. My name is Mary Friend. I'm the Director of Gas Pipeline Safety for the state of West Virginia, for the Public Service Commission of the state of West Virginia. My job is currently to oversee about 14,000 miles of gas transmission and gas gathering pipelines, as well as gas distribution and hazardous liquid pipelines in the state of West Virginia. I'm here to give you the state perspective on gathering lines. But in order to give you the state perspective, I really need to start with how I get the authority. So we start with the Natural Gas Act of 1968, which gives PHMSA the authority to basically regulate production from downhole to the burner tip. However, PHMSA has chosen not to regulate everything that they were given. So if you look at the United States Code 60101, it actually defines the jurisdictional authority that PHMSA has over some pipelines. And currently that is transmission and distribution and some regulated gathering lines. Now, I get my authority under U.S. Code 60105. I am certified annually by PHMSA to be an agent of PHMSA to do the inspections. Like I said, 14,000 miles of pipe is what we look at. So we are basically restricted to the intrastate pipelines, which are pipelines not certificated by FERC, as well as pipelines where the state has granted us the authority. So those pipelines that PHMSA doesn't choose to regulate, the state can provide us the authority to do those regulations. Now, an additional point to consider is under United States Code 60104, I have to meet the minimum federal standards. So my regulations must encompass those standards. But as a state granted the authority under 60105, I can write and adopt stricter standards for the states operating in the state. So when we talk about gathering lines, it's really a tale of two different types of gathering lines. We are dealing with a lot of small diameter, low pressure gathering lines. These are from vertical or conventional wells. This is the way the wells were traditionally drilled for 100 years. The other problem is now we have large diameter, high pressure gathering lines from the horizontal wells. PHMSA regulations are designed to protect the public. So what are the risks? There are different risks for these different groups of pipelines. So let's talk about the small diameter pipelines. These generally are 1 to 6 inches in diameter. They are at least a lot of times older lines. They are low pressure lines, often operating under 100 pounds. One of the problems I have, at least within the state of West Virginia, I have wells in the state that are over 100 years old. These lines and the wells have been sold multiple times, and when the wells are sold, the pipelines are also sold. So a lot of times on these small diameter lines, we really don't even know who owns them. The operator also doesn't know where they're located. They've been sold, you know, they put them in, they don't have pipeline markers on them, nobody has a clue where those lines are. There are maintenance issues with these older lines. A lot of times they installed them, they ran them until they developed so many leaks they couldn't get enough product, and then they would abandon the well and abandon the line. Actually, that picture is of a gathering line. And that gathering line, of course, it's a plastic pipe laid above ground. And if any of you are familiar with the old types of pipe they used, this was actually laid as orange pipe, orange plastic pipe. But it has been exposed for so long, that pipe is no longer orange, it has degraded. So that becomes one of these maintenance issues potentially. We have material and legacy construction issues. We have pipelines that are built with pipe that should be used in a well as opposed to pipeline pipe. We have materials that are not qualified. They used whatever they could get their hands on sometimes to build these pipes. But these old pipes, because they're low pressure, they're going to tend to leak as opposed to fail. So, but we're looking at these pipes that might create leaks. Now, when we talk about the large diameter pipelines, as Aaron's alluded, these are up to 36 inches, actually 8 to 36 inches. What we're finding is with the horizontal wells, they are feeding multiple wells into a single line. When they drill the horizontal wells, they may drill out several directions from a single pad. They feed them into a header, and that header then takes the gas off-site. Because these are newer lines, they are higher pressures, up to about 1,440 pounds. Now, to give you a little perspective, the largest regulated transmission line in the state of West Virginia is 36 inches in diameter and operates at 1,000 pounds pressure. I have a 36-inch pipeline, 60 miles of 36-inch pipeline, that operates at 1,440 pounds. That is significantly higher than the largest regulated line in the state. Of that 60 miles, I regulate 1 mile. The other 59 miles lies within that Class 1 location as Aaron defined. But the question becomes is, aren't those people along that line, shouldn't they be provided the same level of safety? A lot of these newer lines constructed without regulatory jurisdiction. There has been a good deal of haste to get these lines in the ground. They have used materials not approved in regulations. Now let me explain that, okay? Within the regulations, you can use steel or plastic. A lot of these unregulated gathering lines have used materials that are perfectly capable for the service they're in, but they're not approved in the regulations. And so the problem becomes what happens with these lines with this material that can be used. How do we get those into the regulations? We also have inspection and testing practices that may not exist for these newer lines. and operator changes in sales. I will tell you that in the state of West Virginia, some of these lines were built for the sole purpose of sale. So they hurried to get them in the ground and then to sell them to somebody else. That was where they got their profit. So how many miles? I'm going to show you some West Virginia statistics. Now, I think I'm actually a pretty smart person. But my chairman of the commission asked me a couple months ago, he said, Mary, how many miles of unregulated mileage are in the state of West Virginia? And it was truly one of the first times I never had an answer for him, because I truly don't know. So I was trying to figure out how to get to a number. So if we look at the number of wells in West Virginia, I've got about 56, almost 57,000 vertical wells, a little over 3,000 horizontal wells, so about 60,000 active wells in the state of West Virginia. So let's put some numbers to those. So if I look at a pipeline length of 1 mile for each well, I'm looking at about 60,000 miles. If I'm looking at a length of 2 miles per well, I'm looking at 120,000 miles. So let's go with the 101 mile per well. So there are parts of those lines that aren't regulated. We only regulate gathering, we don't regulate production. So if I say 60% of those miles are production lines, that still leaves me with 24,000 miles of active, what could be regulated pipeline. Then if I apply that further and say, okay, 5% of the wells in the state of West Virginia are these these high volume shale wells. So 5% of 24,000 means I'm probably looking at 1,200 miles of these high pressure, large diameter pipelines in the state of West Virginia that are currently unregulated. Okay? And when we actually look at the statistic, in 2018, the operators in the state of West Virginia reported about 400 miles of regulated pipeline. So that means an additional 1,000, 1,500 miles of pipeline that probably should be regulated that are not. So NAPSR, which is the National Association of Pipeline Safety Representatives, actually did provide a couple resolutions to PHMSA. That's one of our jobs. And in 2008, we provided a resolution requesting that there be limited reporting for all pipelines. And that has recently passed. John, I think, do you address that in yours?
Yes.
Okay. There was also a 2010 resolution addressed by NAPSR, which really requested that the federal government write regulations for Class 1 areas where the pipelines are operating above 20% SMIs, that they be treated as Type A lines, and all gathering lines should be subject to damage prevention and pipeline markers. So what are my challenges as state? First of all, operator name changes. Okay, the sale of assets has been tremendous. I have had over 30 operator name changes in the last 2.5 years. And those are just simply the folks I regulate. So trying to keep track of who actually is operating that regulated mileage in my state is a tremendous burden. Leaks. I can't force unregulated operators to fix leaks. And I will tell you, I never would have told you this, never thought I would be saying this. But one of the most frustrating parts of my job is to get a phone call from a citizen that says, hey, there's a pipeline in my backyard that's leaking. How do I called the company, they won't fix it. How do I get it fixed? And it's very frustrating for me to tell somebody, I'm sorry, I can make a phone call if I can find out who the operator is, but I can't make them fix it. Okay, so these leaks exist, bothering folks. I can't get them fixed. We're looking at issues such as an exposed pipe. West Virginia is, of course, a very hilly area. Common slips, slides, you can see the pipe gets exposed easily. Emergency response is one of my other challenges. Who's going to respond to that pipeline in a case of emergency? With all the name changes, I can't necessarily figure out who even operates the line, let alone figure out who needs to respond to it. And then damage prevention is another issue. Aaron brought this up. But damage prevention is also already covered by state one-call regulations. So it may not be as high a priority as some of these other issues. Some additional challenges we have are the industry initiatives. Aaron talked about API RP 1182. There is also API RP 80, which is the document incorporated by reference and regulations, which defines how an operator determines what is regulated and what is not, and where gathering starts and stops. The issues brought up in those, particularly categorization by size and pressure, becomes an issue. I cannot believe an operator wants to parse their pipeline into multiple segments based on this A, B, C, D. Not only that, then it becomes a regulatory nightmare for me trying to figure out what I need to do in terms of inspecting those operators. We also have the maintenance costs and abandonments. I recognize that for these smaller operators or smaller diameter wells, that to put the burden of some of these regulatory requirements on them is actually going to force them out of business. The state of West Virginia right now has an energy abundance. We can't get the gas out of the state. And so as a result, the gas prices are low, operators are not maintaining the wells like they should, and to put that additional burden of maintenance on them does create an issue. So that's something else that has to be considered. And as I said earlier up front, states can write their own regulations. Ohio already has put additional regulations into effect. New York has some. The state of Texas is in the process. So what it becomes is the potential nightmare for an operator who operates in multiple states, who now has 8 different set of state regulations they've got to deal with. That becomes a huge, huge problem. So basically, my wish list is that the gathering lines make sense, that the regulations make sense. They need to be designed to protect the public. They need to address the appropriate risk associated with the pipeline. The compliance needs to be easy to understand and to implement, and there needs to be an appropriate balance between the safety. Of course, safety is a priority, but safety and other issues. And with that, I thank you.
What am I doing here? All right. Sorry, everyone. There we go. Is it early in the morning still? It doesn't seem like it is. All right. Okay. Great. Okay, so I don't want to steal John's thunder, but I am going to just reference a few stats here as I talk a little bit about this from the perspective, I suppose, broadly of the public, right? Although I am one member of the public and a law professor. So I think the first thing to understand about the risk question here is that we are looking at an extensive set of pipelines. So PHMSA has estimated, and really, you know, as you heard, right, we don't know how many miles of pipelines are out there, so this is an estimate, but approximately 439,000 miles of onshore gas pipeline through 2018. So that is more extensive than any other type of pipeline, except, of course, for distribution, right? Nothing, of course, comes close to distribution. But that, to me, that's a really important point here, right? That we are looking second in line in terms of these types of pipelines, and yet many of them are completely unregulated. So the other thing I think is interesting, and that's been referenced really, is that we have seen rapid growth. Again, hard to know exactly what the numbers are here, but there is an ICF report from 2018 on North American midstream infrastructure to INGA, and I took a look at it actually for an article I was writing. So in that particular report, they estimate approximately 28,000 miles, again, of onshore gas pipeline added from 2013 to 2017, right? Pretty short period of time. And interestingly, when you look at that report in terms of the future, and that report was really about predicting the future in terms of investment, right, where we were going to see pipelines, they estimated approximately 73,000 miles of additional pipeline from 2018 to 2035. And in fact, that was one of the areas where they were going to see the most growth. So we're talking about an extensive system, one that's grown rapidly, and one that we see future growth in. So the question of what constitutes a large pipeline is one that I think it goes throughout this particular conversation, right? But I want to, again, I found this report very interesting because it was one of the few that I was able to sort of figure out what say the average diameter might be. So again, according to this report, right, we have an average diameter of 6.5 inches in new construction from 2013 to 2017. And if you look out to the future, we're looking, again, this report says average of approximately 8 inches. So that is less, right, than I would have expected in a world in which we are focused now on unconventional development. And I think that question of threshold here and what threshold we should pick should be influenced by the question of what's going into the ground. Okay, so one more then set of statistics. This shows you a little bit about, again, from PHMSA's estimates, what the diameter pipelines are. So the big orange there is smaller than 8 inches. So that has pretty much not been on the table at all for regulation. PHMSA's proposed rule really started at 8 inches, and the conversation since then has been about that or higher. So, and then just to fill it out, in case you can't see the numbers up there, that reddish orange is 8 inches to less than 12, and as you go around the pie chart, right, we get to 12 inches at 4% of the mileage, greater than 12 to 16 at 3%, greater than 16 at 3%. So even in the most broad set of regulatory possibilities here, we were looking at, and again, apologies for, still being early in the morning here, but 21%, right? 21% of the mileage. And if you look at some of the proposals, say the API one, we're really looking there at 6% of the mileage, to the extent that we were initially focused on greater than 16, of course, 3%. Okay, so as Mary mentioned, and I think explained better than I can, right, the vast majority of this mileage is currently unregulated. So 97%, again, according to PHMSA estimates, of gas gathering pipelines are in Class 1 areas, thus not regulated. So I think we know what this means, right? And Mary gave some examples of this, but it means that we lack basic information about the location and risk characteristics. So this is true for maybe some operators. I'm sure some operators, I hope most, right, have a sense of their systems, where they are, what risk characteristics they might have, but to the extent that they're not required to, right, some at least don't. We certainly lack information on the regulatory side, and that is critical in a world in which we're basing regulation on risk, and so we need to understand the risk. Emergency response, right? We don't have that information flowing to emergency response, and we don't have the information flowing to the public. All right, another just fact of this world is that we have extensive systems in the ground already that we're not required to follow design or construction standards. And unless we're going to dig those up, which has not been the history of this particular regulatory framework, which I understand, right, those lines are in the ground. And so a lot of the question then becomes what to do on the operations and maintenance side with a particular system. So we're in 2019, right about 2020, way past the beginning of unconventional development, and we're at a moment in time in which a lot of this has already gone in the ground. All right, and of course, right, what not having regulation means is there's no oversight of individual operator operation and maintenance. Okay, so then this leads me, I think, as an academic, but also somebody who's interested in understanding how the public views risk, to think about what it means to have risk-based regulation. So the current regulatory framework treats risk basically as an either-or determination, right? So if you are in an area and you have 10 buildings or fewer in the vicinity, right, by the way that this framework is constructed, we have deemed that risk to be acceptable. If somebody builds one more building, right, and we're at 11, suddenly it's not, and we're subject to the requirements. I think that's a little hard to defend. And I mean, we are looking here at changes in regulation, right? But to me, that may be a rough measure of consequence, but it's a very rough measure of consequence. And I think it would be hard to explain to somebody living in those particular houses why their world is composed of pipelines that are not regulated at all versus one where, again, there'd be one more building in that particular world. So PHMSA's original proposal acknowledges, right, that we are talking about a broader set of pipelines here in terms of risk. But it, I think, failed to differentiate, and this was, of course, one of the criticisms of this particular proposal. So proposal was regulate if it's high pressure and 8 inches diameter or greater, but the entire class was treated as posing the same risk. And that was a lesser risk, right? So less stringent requirements as a whole, regardless of whether you were talking about the 36-inch lines, right, or ones that were closer to 8. So API's proposed standard, right, gets at some of the issues around size and impact, but in my mind, again, doesn't acknowledge the risk of smaller, and again, smaller here, meaning, right, 8 inches, and to 12, greater than 12. So one of the things that I think is interesting about the API proposal is that it's basing stringency of the requirements on either very large diameter or really impact area. So I think that's an interesting model, right? But again, we're talking about a very narrow slice here of pipelines. And if you think about it from the perspective of somebody who is living in those areas, I think the same question about why this particular threshold was chosen is going to be the concern. And when I think, you know, again, more broadly about what is the face of unconventional development in this particular time, right? It's gathering pipelines. It's people living in communities in which they've seen gathering pipelines go in. So in the Marcellus, right? In Eagle Ford, you name it. So that's in terms of sort of what the public face is of the industry. The public face of the industry in this world of fracking and unconventional development is gathering, right? And yet these sets of issues around what the public thinks the system is, right, and what it should be are at issue. Okay, all right, so it follows, of course, as I was mentioning on the question of threshold here, that API's proposal essentially says, look, we're going to find the risk of pipelines less than 12 inches in diameter acceptable, right, because we're not going to regulate it. Okay, so this is another possibility, and it's the one we talked about at the GPAC meeting that was held this summer to talk about the gathering line side. So I think the first thing to do is to acknowledge here risk by casting a broad net, and that really starts at this 8-inch diameter. And starts, I think we can at least start in a world in which we're looking at higher pressure lines, although I think it's very interesting and important that API has also looked at the lower pressure ones. And then I think we say to the public, right, we have a minimum set of standards, or a baseline set of standards, because I don't want to say minimum, because that's sort of throughout the regulatory framework. We have a baseline set of requirements that we think these pipelines should meet. And we are going to put those into place across this world. And the things that were in discussion really at GPAC were design and construction standards for new pipelines, corrosion control, leak surveys, line markers, damage prevention, although acknowledging, right, that we have some, or maybe most, right, under 811 programs in the states, and then public awareness. And then I think the question is, how do we make this more nuanced to vary the stringency of the requirements based on things like size and impact? So part of the conversation then needs to be about what is this next tier of pipelines in which you're going to regulate them more stringently. That is, you're going to regulate them like transmission lines. And so, that may be at the 12-inch diameter cutoff, right? I think that was the conversation. And certainly, I think to get at this question of potential impact and what we want to do in a world in which there are no structures, right, within a particular impact radius. And I want to be careful here because that changes, right? We can't assume that that particular world is going to continue forever. And so here, what I really want to do is focus on types of requirements that are really more about operations and maintenance that can change if we have an area where suddenly we now are exposing people to risk, right, over time as development occurs. Okay, the last piece here is who should decide or regulate. Whoops, lost my animations. Okay, so I guess you get the punchline. I think the answer is PHMSA. So that is the primary regulatory framework for pipelines, and they are already regulating other gathering pipelines. I think there's a strong argument here for uniform regulation, and in addition to the sort of reasons for uniform regulation on the industry side, I think it's important to send a message to the public that they are being treated the same, right? That whether you live near a pipeline in Pennsylvania or Texas, right, there is a baseline set of safety requirements we expect out of that pipeline. So why not the states? So they certainly are traditional regulators of oil and gas production, but I go back to the fact that I think that gathering, right, is already in the federal regulatory scheme, and this should be part of that scheme. Certainly states can adopt more stringent standards if the federal government regulates. There's no reason they couldn't under the statute, and that is the cooperative federalist model of this particular statute as well as all the environmental laws I know about. Okay, so what about the American Petroleum Institute? So there's a larger question here about private standard setting and when that is appropriate and when that is not. So certainly we are talking about experts in the industry with knowledge, right? And I think that's always helpful in terms of being able to understand what the decisions are and the sort of input into the decisions. But I think it is problematic to grant decisions about regulation to those who are being regulated. And to me, this really, whether you think about this from the perspective of sort of administrative law, as I do as a law professor, or whether you think about this as from the perspective of the public in terms of perception, I think this is an issue. And it looks different than a set of very specific technical design criteria, right? Or materials. And I think there are real questions about how open these processes are to public participation. And, you know, I think that this question of public comment on the current API standard, I'm really happy that we are having this conversation the last day in this particular process, right? I mean, because now you all know, if you didn't, and certainly people who are watching this know. And yet, to me, we've got to do more to really sort of get to people who are interested in these issues. And when I think about who I want to be part of that discussion, I want it to be the people who are living in Pennsylvania, in the Marcellus, who have opinions about gathering pipelines. Are they the ones commenting on this? I don't know. I don't have the information about who's commented so far in this API process, but I think it's unlikely that, at least from a, you know, number perspective. I should also say that the trust was part of this API process, and we've voted against the proposal, I think really on substantive grounds, because we feel like it doesn't go far enough. But we also have real concerns about the public participation side, even as we try to represent that within the system. And that is my presentation. Thank you. All right. Whoa. Sorry.
And I'm not starting off with the Baby Shark song, sorry. Good morning, everyone. For those who don't know me, my name is John Gale. I'm the Director of Standards and Rulemaking in the Office of Pipeline Safety. Basically, what my office does is manages the regulatory changes that a lot of folks have been talking about these days. Especially as you saw just recently published in the Federal Register was the large rulemaking that was published on gas transmission requirements. The hazardous liquid regulations and a final rule. What did I do?
I have no idea.
Oh.
Okay, there you are.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yep.
And a final rule on emergency orders. When Carla invited me to this presentation, he said this was an opportunity for John to get attacked on all three sides. And I said, I'm all well and good with that as long as I get a beignet. So I'm here. Some of the other rules, just to give you a heads up on some of the other things we're working on right now. Obviously, we're working on gathering. It was a great accomplishment to get those rules that I mentioned through the system, but they obviously took way too long, and we're trying to make sure we can improve on the timeliness of those final rules going forward. But we're also working on rulemakings on LNG. We still have an outstanding mandate from 2011 dealing with valves and rupture detection. That is definitely one of the highest priorities we have in our organization. Underground storage as well. We have a final rule we still have to complete on that. We still have more work to do on gas transmission. As I'll mention a little later, you know, that rule got split into multiple parts, and we still have other components from that rule that we're still trying to finalize. And we're looking at rulemakings related to the repair criteria for hazardous liquid pipelines. One of the things I like about this panel a lot is I love the title of the panel, The Next Big Thing. For many a year, I worked actually on the hazmat side of PHMSA, and one of the things we worked on was lithium batteries. And why did lithium batteries all of a sudden become a big thing? Because, well, one, the market drove us to lithium batteries, right? A lot more people were using lithium batteries. They then were being shipped more often. And then you're finding them in places where they presented different hazards than we'd ever seen before. Hazmat then, after I left, dealt with the issue of the trains coming from the Bakken, right, and the unit trains, and that safety issue, right? So now we've got this issue here in front of us, and that's gathering lines. And I think it's very relevant to the conversation that we're doing today. If there's a couple takeaways I'd like to get from my discussion, and I think actually from all of us here today, because you'll see a lot of commonalities in our discussions because of the issues, is one is PHMSA's commitment to this issue. We are highly committed to this issue from the very top to address these types of gathering lines. And as we've talked about, right, is why this has occurred, right? There has been a change, right? Just like lithium batteries, just like the Bakken crude, there has been a change in the market that is requiring us to change from a federal perspective, from a state perspective, from an industry perspective, to how to address this new risk or this new paradigm shift. It's very relevant to our conversations too, because when I deal with rulemakings and I deal with these changes, we are challenged from a policy standpoint, from the different levels I have to go through, of why do we have to take federal action? And it's very interesting in this situation, we can actually pinpoint to almost to the year. We can't get to the month, but we can get pretty close to what has happened and what has initiated this change and why we need to begin taking some type of action. I'm having issues again.
Oh, my gosh.
I should have played Baby Shark, I knew it.
This has gone past my knowledge of like how to handle which wasn't great to begin with. Yeah, why? Should we
Yeah, exit out.
exit out and try again?
Where's the mouse? That's why.
Is it frozen?
Mouse yeah, it's frozen.
Okay.
Sorry, Don. You're like, no, here we go. Okay,
good.
okay, good. All right.
But, you know, as we mentioned earlier, we are talking about gas gathering lines, right, just to be clear. But there's also hazardous liquid gathering lines. In our regulations dealing with hazardous liquid gathering lines, we regulate the majority of which we're allowed to regulate per our authority, right? And I mentioned our authority in that, you know, we're given as an organization authority to regulate. And we have pretty broad authority on pipeline safety, but sometimes we have limitations and sometimes we have increases in that authority. With liquid gathering, there's some limitations on what we can and can't regulate. We estimate we regulate about 95 to 99% of the liquid gathering that's out there that we can't have the authority to regulate. But in that recently published final rule on hazardous liquid lines, we've initiated the requirement that all these lines now will have to submit annual and incident reporting. Just as Mary was talking about earlier about incident reporting that NAPSA recommend on gas side, we're going to get annual reports and incident reports on the hazardous liquid lines. And that'll be for all, regulated and unregulated. Our estimates, and they're just estimates, we estimate there's roughly about 35,000 hazardous liquid gathering lines that are currently unregulated that are out there. As Aaron mentioned too, right, we only regulate right now, well, we do regulate right now in class 2, 3, and 4 locations. And I'll get into what's the class locations a little bit further. Aaron touched on them as well, but it's really, really important to this conversation to understand where we're at because that affects how we can move forward. So what we are regulating though is class 1 areas, right? But these are very rural areas. And it's also important to note that this is a very state-specific issue. When we've done our analysis, we believe, I think half the states have little to no gathering at all. Probably your top 10% in mileage have 85% of all the mileage that is out there. Texas alone, the estimate is 35 to 38% all the mileage that's out there on gathering are in the state of Texas. So it is a very state-specific issue. But in terms of our commitment, and we've said this in several forums regarding the issue of gas gathering, is that we believe that high-pressure, large-diameter gas gathering pipelines should be subject to a minimum set of regulations, and that appropriate data, in other words, data collection, should be collected in order to inform future decision-making. So I think that policy statement is very important in two fronts. You know, we're committed to doing this. We think it's very appropriate to regulate. What we regulate, and that's the debate we're having, and it's a very good debate. And where do we draw those lines is the important part of the conversation. But it's also important to note that it's only one step in the process, right? That data that we're going to collect will help inform us of where do we go next, and where should we go next, and how far we should go with those requirements. I'm going to hit a button. Yeah. So so we're all aware again, right? So we're dealing again, right, with the class issue, right? So, you know, kind of going from bottom left corner to around the horn here. You know, your class 4 is your city areas, right? You got your high rises and the such. Your class 3 in the other corner, a little bit more, it's populated. You could have schools and the like. Class 2, a little less populated, right? And then class 1, right, you're going to have very rural areas. And there is a case where you have the farmhouse out there in this picture here in the top left corner, but it's very possible and very probable in many cases you won't have any dwelling in that picture. And that presents a challenge for us as we go forward in how to regulate and making sure we can make our justifications as a policy decision going forward. As Sarah touched on the mileage, right? So this is a slide that gives you an idea of some of the mileage we're dealing with right now, at least from the regulated standpoint. We've broken it out here on what we call our Type A and our Type B requirements. That's your Type A is above your 20% threshold of SMICE, Type B is below 20%, and then, of course, your offshore lines. But you can see, you know, it's not a lot of mileage, right? When you've heard some larger numbers, and we'll touch on those in a second, we're only looking at regulating right now, in the current regulation, of about 17,000 miles of pipe. And it also shows, and again, highlights the fact that we don't regulate in the Class 1 area, and that's where we're focusing on. So here's a slide that kind of shows you a little bit of the mileage that we're estimating, right? These are estimates based on different analysis, different studies we've seen, different extrapolations to try to get us to, you know, what these estimates are. If we get the data collection in, we'll obviously have more firmer numbers. But we're estimating, you know, it's 430,000 miles of pipe that are out there. That's a large amount of pipe. As Sarah pointed out, that's greater than the amount of pipe we have on gas transmission. That's definitely greater than the amount of pipe we have on hazardous liquid lines. And then when we look at the whole issue of greater than 8 inches, right? Because we keep bringing that up. That was from the original NPRM, and it's been a major subject of the conversation of 8 inches, 12 inches, et cetera. We're looking at roughly 90 to 100,000 miles of pipe that are out there either basically greater than or equal to 12 inches. If you look at greater than 12 inches, we're looking at roughly 25,000 miles of pipe. So a combination of this mileage, right, and getting back to this location here in the top left corner is our challenge in how to actually move forward on a regulation that's going to be effective. It was basically, you know, it's going to have, if there is an incident, it's going to have very small societal impact if that incident was to occur. I mean, you can kind of just do basic math here on some of these things. Sorry about that. You know, if I'm dealing with 400,000 miles of pipe and you impose a requirement that costs $1,000 per mile, that's a lot of zeros really, really fast, right? That's a $400 million cost. So I have to be able to justify that to move it forward and be effective. I deal with a lot of really, really good people that are 100% committed to safety. But we know if we move forward a rulemaking that goes too far and can't be justified, we will not be effective. So we want to make sure we strike that right balance so that we can also address safety, but at the end of the day, be effective. So again, what changed, right? And then we kind of, all of us have kind of touched on this issue, and it's the issue of the unconventional and the conventional drilling, right? And the fact that all this unconventional drilling that has occurred has brought in a new dynamic to our world that we have to regulate. And like I said, we can almost pinpoint when this occurred around 2006 when the advent of the unconventional drilling occurred, and we started seeing these new type of lines coming in. We started getting the door knock, from some of our experts saying, something's going on here we need to start looking at. The problem was, and we've kind of touched on this quite a bit, so the problem was in 2006, we just reshaped the regulations. And it turns out in 2006 was right when the advent of the unconventional drilling starts to occur. So we start hearing the talk about it. We start seeing these larger lines. We start seeing the high pressure lines. We start seeing this issue being raised. And so when we initiated the rulemaking in 2011, following the horrific San Bruno incident, we actually made gas gathering part of that discussion. And we asked for comments and we asked some questions on how or should we regulate gas gathering. So in 2016, we published the NPRM, and that's, a lot of folks like to refer that to several different names, but it was a large document, to say the least. Took up a little bit of space on my desk, and it still does. So in addition to a variety of other things that are in that rule, right? It had MAOP reconfirmation. It had lots of different stuff. We also had proposals in there on gathering. And we basically had three components to the proposal. To regulate the high-pressure gas gathering lines 8 inches in diameter or greater. And I'll get into what those requirements are, and some of us already touched on them, but I'll go over them one more time. Collect that annual reports and incident reports for all the lines, right? Because again, what our comment is, this is a step, right? This is one step in a journey to get to the appropriate regulations. But it's not the final step, and that's the important point to point out. We also looked at revising the definition. So as part of, no, real quick, sorry. And so what were the requirements we proposed? We proposed if they were new and replaced, you have to comply with the construction requirements of the pipeline safety regulations. If they were metallic, the corrosion control requirements, the damage prevention requirements, public awareness. We want them to establish an MAOP, install and maintain line markers, leakage surveys, and in due in no small part to a recommendation from GAO to adopt emergency plans. And to be honest with you, if you look at these requirements and you look at the most common risks to pipeline safety, these requirements target those common risks. And that was some of our logic there. It's also very similar to what you'll see. These are the same requirements you would see except for emergency plans for what we refer to as the Type B regulated gathering, which is the gathering lines that are less than 20% SMICE that are in the regulations today. So as part of our statute, right, one of the requirements we have to do is we have to go and take any of our rulemaking proposals and bring it to our advisory committee. In this case, it was our gas pipeline advisory committee. For those who don't know, we have two committees, a liquid committee and a gas pipeline advisory committee. And lucky for us, and I think for everyone involved, Ms. Sarah Gossman is a member of that committee. And to be honest with you, Sarah, I mean, in all seriousness, I mean, your involvement, engagement in not just gathering, but in gas transmission has been remarkable, and we greatly appreciate that. But so we brought the proposal to the committee, and brought those three areas. And at the end of the day, the committee recommended we do two things. To regulate those high-pressure gas gathering lines 8 inches in diameter or greater, and basically establish a minimum set of requirements for those lines. But also collect that data, because the committee recognized that, again, that this is not the last step, but this is in some ways the first step to address those lines that are coming and being built today as a result of those unconventional pipelines, unconventional wells. So, as I mentioned, the gas gathering rule was originally part of the bigger gas transmission rule. That rule was so big, we decided to break it up into three parts. The first rulemaking dealt with, in most cases, most of your mandates that were required from the 2011 Act and some other things. And that rule was just finalized on October 1st. A lot of the other requirements that were gas transmission related, we broke up into a second rule. And the third rule was our gas gathering rule. And I guess the point I'm trying to make through this slide mainly is that we are actively working on that final rule to address both the recommendations from the advisory committee, the proposal we issued back in 2016, the comments we received, the work that Aaron and his groups have been doing through API. You know, we're looking at that as well to make sure that we can take that first step in the process, and that it's a good first step, but it's also an effective first step. We have a very aggressive agenda coming up in this coming year. Like I said, we just published about 3 final rules. We're hopeful that we can publish this rule and what we call RIN 2, or the second gas transmission rule, in 2020, and we're very optimistic that that'll occur. Both of these rules are what's called significant rules, and they require approval by both our Office of the Secretary herself, and then through the Office of Management and Budget. But I think we have a very good team, and I think we're optimistic that we're going to be successful in moving forward an action to address gas gathering in 2020. So my last slide is just who needs to be involved. And I think everybody needs to be involved. There's no one solution to this process. I think the federal government needs to be involved, as Sarah's articulated very well. We need to deliver on that commitment, right? We have challenges in front of us, but those are just challenges, not impediments, in my opinion. And we need to deliver on our commitment. I think the states have a significant role in this. As I mentioned, this is a very state-specific issue. And I gave you the numbers before. And if there's areas that the federal government can't step into because of different reasons, maybe the states need to. I think the industry has to step up. And I think, Aaron said it very well. In my opinion, we step in as a federal agency when there's what's called a market failure, where the market isn't addressing something. I challenge the industry to make it difficult for me to come in because there isn't a market failure. I mean, you look at the Type B requirements. If you go back to those Type B requirements, and you look at those requirements, and you want to say you're a prudent operator, tell me why you're not complying with those requirements. Regulated or not regulated? It's hard for myself, and it's hard for many of the technical people I deal with on a day-to-day basis that I trust explicitly not to make a case for it. And I believe that the public has a role to hold us to our commitments, right? And to hold us to our mandates and our responsibilities to give you a safe pipeline system. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. I hope that was a good set of presentations for you, and I think we have till 10:30, right? So let's get questions.
I have one.
You do?
I do. It's actually sort of a question, sort of a plug for the for the session after lunch. Something John said, which sort of obliquely raised the question of whether safety is the first priority, or if it's the first priority as long as it doesn't cost too much. So I urge you all to stick around for the session after lunch, where we're going to talk about whether safety really is the first priority. And John, I'll happily let you respond.
I'll tell you, in my office and in the leadership that we are provided by our current administrator, Mr. Elliott, in my opinion, safety is not our first priority, it's our second and it's our third priority. But we work within a system. But when we operate on a daily basis, in OPS and in PHMSA, it is the top in the top three priorities that we work on a daily basis.
No, I have no doubt of that, and I understand the constraints of the statutory structure under which you work. But, the statutory structure is changeable, but there's been a fair amount of pushback from the industry about our suggestion that the cost-benefit analysis requirement be removed from the statute, and I'm not sure how the safety being the first priority jives with that opposition. So.
And just to add to that, I know there was discussions on that on reauthorization, and I worked in an agency that didn't have that provision, and I'll tell you, the same standard was held to that agency as well. There was no additional requirement or standard held to that other agency just because it didn't have that provision. There is no way we could put forward a rulemaking that would have a cost of, say, $200 million a year and a safety benefit of, say, $40 million a year. It's not going to happen.
No, I agree,
Yeah.
but I mean that raises the question
Sure.
of whether the dead 3-year-old girl in Texas is worth it, and I think that's a conversation
Yes.
worth having.
So just to follow up briefly on this conversation, because, there are, so the Clean Air Act is, right, the classic example of a statute where, the benefits in terms of air pollution, I mean, that is a statute that's focused on health and the environment, and costs are not in the statutory criteria. And if EPA issued a rule in which they premised it on cost, it would be, be subject to a challenge, and they'd be successful. So I think it varies very much by statutory provision. I mean, I want to say, and I think some of you have heard me talk about this cost-benefit piece. If we're serious about cost-benefit analysis, right, we need to do more, and I think PHMSA is under a tremendous set of limitations here. I think we need to do more than just focus on the easy monetized costs. Right? I mean, if we really want to think about this from the perspective of social welfare, we need to think about monetizing the creation of an imposition of risk, because that is a cost, right? It's a psychic cost. It affects property values. I mean, these are real costs. Or monetize the ways in which this impacts the public perception of the industry, right? How difficult it might be for the industry to cite lines. So if we were to really take that seriously, you know, I'd be all in favor of it because we'd be doing the entire analysis, but we're doing a very narrow analysis and one that I think puts PHMSA in a bit of a bind. I think here the question of how much the current operators are already doing some of this, right, should matter because that's the baseline. So in some ways, right, I mean, if you have a world in which people are already doing these things, then you don't have that many additional costs. But part of this is not knowing exactly what that set of current standards looks like.
Thank you. This is a very interesting discussion. This sheet of paper is 8.5 inches wide. And if a producer decides to put in a pipeline, a gathering line that's 7.5 inches in diameter, am I given to understand that it will continue, that it will be unregulated? That we won't know where they are? They don't have to meet minimum standards? That there's no oversight?
So the proposal right now is that the data collection would apply to all lines. So the annual report, the incident reporting would apply to all, regardless of diameter, regardless of where they're at. The requirements that we proposed were to address lines 8 inches and greater. The concept was to collect the data for all the lines to determine if we should take further action for those smaller lines.
So does a 7.5 inch diameter pipeline, I mean, it just falls off the shelf in terms of regulation, am I correct?
In terms of a gas gathering pipeline in a Class 1 area, that is not part of this proposal. Doesn't mean that we're not looking at it, it's just not part of this proposal.
Thank you.
I'm Travis Hallam. I'm the Pipeline Authority for the 3 affiliated tribes. And one of the things I like to say is I'm not looking for excuses, I'm looking for solutions. And everything you're saying, we've already done. They put me in charge of all the pipelines, middle of the Bakken. We reduced spill volume by 99%. We've taken everything, flow lines all the way through transmission, and just demanded responsible development. It's not that tough. The problem, the elephant in the room is politics get involved. When you get somebody like the Koch brothers giving millions to somebody, then all of a sudden regulations can't be done. The expenses aren't that tough. Most of these groups have PLC logic. And the supplemental safety for the leak detection, it isn't that difficult to put in, it's software. So when I talked to this gentleman yesterday, another tribe does the same thing, same results. It's being done out there. You just have to make the step forward to do it. And when you say these numbers, you're missing produced water. Produced water is the most dangerous environmental product. 1,606 chemicals added, over 70 are recordable. And that's one of the things in North Dakota we face all the time. Millions and millions of gallons being spilled because it's unregulated. But once we put in these regulations within our boundaries, we've gotten control of it. So what you're saying isn't difficult. It can be done, and we've proven it time and time again. Thank you.
I really just have a comment to kind of put things into perspective with respect to rural lines and consequence. I live in South Texas on a ranch, and we have a gathering line going through the back of the ranch. And there's nobody living within 600 feet of that line, but it's a semi-arid desert where we are. It's very brushy, it's very dry, we're very prone to drought, and there's not a fire hydrant at the back of the ranch. So if there was some kind of fire explosion, that could be a very high consequence for us and the surrounding area. So.
Thank you. Rebecca?
No, that's okay. My name is Esther Mooring, and I'm a citizen and a nurse and a public health nurse. And I I'm interested in the spills, you know, that you talk about. People report these spills, and doesn't the Clean Water Act or something else, can't anything else take care of or investigate these spills that?
Yeah, well, we're dealing with gas, not the liquid spills, I think what we're mainly talking about. I mean, with the rule we just published, we're gonna be collecting all the incident reporting for the liquid spills. And we have a proposal to collect all those other spill data. We've actually reached out to different states to see what reporting requirements they have, and we found very little data we could collect, at least from the state perspective. One of the main parts of the Texas proposal that Mary mentioned was to give them additional reporting authority. Because getting that data, right now it's hard to make your case and make your issues when you have a lot of extrapolations and estimations. But when we have that actual data and we have the numbers and we have the incident data, again, this is a step, but it's a long journey. And that data will help us get to that journey point.
Hi, thanks for this interesting, wide-ranging set of perspectives. My name is Lois Epstein, and I work on pipeline issues in Alaska and have worked nationally previously. And it's been my experience that in a number of instances, API has gotten involved because they can move more swiftly to promulgate a standard that's not enforceable. And they often would draw the line, as we've heard today, in a different place about where risk is acceptable and where it isn't. And I worry greatly as a member of the public and an advocate that they tilt the playing field because they're big players, and when the decision is being made about balance, the appropriate place in our system of government should be the federal government. They're the ones that have all the ability to access all the different views, and they're, through our processes, elected in some fashion, whereas API is private, and, their decision is one that is often in the best interest of their members. It's just a comment, but I also did want to support the gentleman who spoke about produced water, because when I was on the Hazardous Liquid Advisory Committee in the early 2000s, that was another issue we presented and said that PHMSA has a responsibility, at that point OPS, to move forward on that. At least collect the data, because there's a lot out there, and that could be done not just through reporting, but through news articles, et cetera, state spill databases. So it is a big problem. Thank you.
I think the other session's ended, so we're going to end with Christy. Sorry, Sarah, I'm taking over.
Hi, I'm Christy Murray with PHMSA. Just a question. So the conversation around unregulated gathering lines takes me back to the conversations we've been talking about with safety management systems. So my question to the panel is, are you getting any sense that operators who have a safety management system in place or, beginning to take on safety management, are they talking about unregulated gathering lines as a part of their voluntary safety efforts with SMS?
I'll kind of start with that. So I would say absolutely. And when we look at the target audience for the API document, I can't say that my company is a target audience because we already do that stuff, and in many cases far beyond. And so when we think about the operators, I think yesterday Mr. Elliott had mentioned that even on the regulated side, they've seen an increase of like 16% new operators. And I imagine on the unregulated side, it's even greater than that. And so I think when we look at who the target audience of this is, it's someone who hasn't played in the regulatory space before. And so they're coming into this new realm and saying, okay, where do I start? And so that's what I see this document is. This is a starting point for someone who's not already deep into that. But if you're a mature company that's played in the regulatory space, that has things like safety management system, the regulatory requirements are not your goal, right? They're a baseline that hopefully you're way beyond. And so the short answer to your question is absolutely. I think a company that is looking at safety and risk is absolutely doing many of these things and more in whether it's regulated or not.
Okay, and I want to add a different comment to that, is that in the state of the West Virginia, a lot of my operators are small operators who have less than half a mile of regulated pipe. They barely understand the regulations, let alone safety management systems. So the problem I'm faced with is a broad brush of federal regulations that forces these smaller operators to comply with regulations that they don't understand. So I believe what Aaron said is absolutely correct. The larger operators are already dealing with it, but the majority of my operators are not large operators. They're small operators who operate only in the state of West Virginia.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That was very true.
Get on stiff.
The public? Does the public really want to engage with the pipeline industry? That's kind of the discussion. Just as some background, in your packets, there's a document in there, I can't remember what it's called. I think it has next steps in the title. And basically what this was PHMSA gave us a community technical assistance grant last year to kind of poke into the idea of public engagement and how to perhaps improve on that. And what that document in the packet talks about is kind of the findings. We held 3 meetings over the course of the summer, June, July, and September, in a variety of places around the country. And this idea kind of came to me late one night when I was grumbling in my own head to myself about the lack of real engagement between the pipeline industry and regulators and the public. And I thought, because there's examples of success in this area in other industries where if you put a small enough group of smart people in a room and let them talk about specific issues, magic could happen. So this was the will magic might happen effort. And we thank PHMSA for funding that. And so that's what we did. We put about 15 to 17 smart people from those 3 different groups in a room, and we tried to identify, well, first of all, what is public engagement? And then we identified issues that we've all heard about where it isn't working very well. So that's what that document is that you may have found and wondered, what the heck is this? That's what that's about. It's kind of the findings from that group that has worked over the last few months to identify that. And everybody sitting up here on the stage was part of that effort and took part in at least some of those meetings. So I'm going to turn it over first to Dr. Christy Murray, who's the Director of Outreach and Engagement for the Office of Pipeline Safety.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Christy Murray, and I oversee our outreach and engagement efforts at PHMSA, which includes a variety of different things: public awareness, damage prevention, the National Pipeline Mapping System, a lot of work that we do with the Community Liaison Program, and many more things. And I want to thank Carl for inviting me to participate on this panel and to participate as a part of his TAG grant, where he worked a lot with engagement and put together that group. I want to just start off by answering the question, do people really want to engage, especially when they have differing views? And I just offer that as having worked with PHMSA for 10 years as a regulator, and before that as an engineer in the industry for a couple of pipeline companies, it's not uncommon that we all come to the table with various perspectives, different interests that we bring into conversations, particularly as they relate to pipeline safety and other matters as they're introduced. But even with those conversations and dialogue, whether it's through public awareness or entering into the engagement arena, you'll find that there are various views, various perspectives, and you can look at one situation and see different things. And I thought this picture was a great snapshot of that. Whether you're looking at it from one angle, I can see it from both perspectives, but it just depends on the hat you're wearing, or hats plural that you're wearing, where you may engage with those kind of conversations. As we met with Carl's group, and even before, as we've had many conversations around public awareness and the distinction between that and public engagement, we realized that there's a lot of ways you can define what public engagement really is. And that was something we spent a lot of time with Carl's group talking about up front. And you'll see that depicted on the first, I think it's like the second or third page, and the document that's in your folder. But generally speaking, some of the things that I heard emerge that we all had some unity around was that public engagement definitely involved interacting with the public, inviting the public to actually get involved with pipeline safety and other pipeline-related matters, having an opportunity to create and engage in two-way dialogue, which definitely included listening and having the ability to share. And looking for those opportunities where there's mutual benefit and or impact, whether it's, an evolutionary process where you're looking at it to inform, consult, involve, have more of a collaborative approach to it, or empower stakeholders to make decisions and understand risks differently and what actions they can take. But I guarantee you, if I ask 10 people here today what their definition of engagement is, it may include some of the things listed here, and it may expand or shift a bit in different directions depending on the perspective that you all, individually bring to the conversation. But here's what I can tell you, and some of these takeaways, as I thought about what to talk about, I thought back to the group that we participated with Carl on over the summer. And even though those 17 plus or minus folks came to the table wearing different hats, bringing different perspectives, some very interesting things took place. It gave us an opportunity to, you come into a setting, and as a regulator and also a member of the public, there are different things that I'm thinking about that are important to me, interests that are probably at the top of my radar, safety being the topest priority. But we also had an opportunity to expand our awareness beyond our initial viewpoints and perspectives we came into that group with. I certainly listened differently. It gave me the opportunity to sit back and hear aspects that I may not necessarily contend with in my everyday interaction regarding pipeline safety, but are certainly equally important and valid, depending on who else was involved in the conversation. It gave me the ability to understand and have a better understanding of what are the concerns of other stakeholders. What are the complexities? When you talk about do people really want to engage, it's very easy to say, well, I had a viewpoint and nobody wants to hear me, and it should be very simple. As much as things are simple, things can get complicated really quickly when you start to look at and introduce various perspectives. Understanding challenges. We all have opportunities, constraints, limitations, but we have challenges as well, and we have to be mindful of those as we think about how, and particularly, we want to move forward with pipeline safety. But as we moved through that exercise, and we had a lot of robust conversation, we certainly had opportunities to collaborate. Maybe there were opportunities to talk about some solutions to some of the challenges discussed. Maybe there were a variety of alternatives that we brought to the table that were equal and opposite, but necessary to put on the table. And then certainly walked away with, there are a lot of opportunities, not necessarily for one group, one stakeholder perspective, but for us to collectively to get involved with. We talked a lot about a three-legged stool. We talked a lot about looking at engagement from a life cycle approach, which is sometimes difficult across the industry. And I'll tell you, from sitting in a regulator position, we generally want to show up with an unbiased perspective focused on safety, particularly here in PHMSA. So it's important to think about the different opportunities that may exist beyond just one stakeholder perspective. And then it's certainly, you could see the growth of our ability to establish mutual respect, trust, and credibility in the conversations. It's not to say that we all agreed on every topic, but we gave each other an opportunity to have a voice in the conversation and to really be able to think, I hadn't thought about it that way. And then there are times when we certainly had to agree to disagree. But those are all relevant components of, in my opinion, of what needs to happen with true engagement efforts, because we ultimately have something in common, and that's our goal of pipeline safety. Engaging and having difficult conversations, whether you're talking about professionally, whether we're talking about around pipeline safety, or even in your home environments, it's necessary. It's difficult, but it's necessary. Pipeline safety and public engagement, it cannot be a homogeneous discussion. There's a lot of variety and variation in thought and complexity in issues, as I've talked about. And the one thing that brings us all together is safety. We want our communities to be safe. We want to operate safely. We want to make sure that we're protecting the public and the environment. So with that being said, PHMSA certainly does a lot of things to work with various stakeholders in terms of engagement and the work we do around pipeline safety. We certainly actively engage with a number of different stakeholders. We facilitate interaction. Sometimes what people don't, may not appreciate about PHMSA is we sometimes get involved with things that certainly are not in our core jurisdiction, but we may be the best suited to lead in a situation and at least connect other stakeholders together and introduce them to each other so that they have an opportunity. And we'll tiptoe out of it once we make those introductions, almost like a dating game sort of thing. Now that you guys have met, let me know how it goes. But we certainly want to make sure that if we have the opportunity to connect folks who need to talk and we have awareness of who may be able to help a stakeholder, we certainly want to help facilitate that happening. We also seek input into our pipeline safety policy matters. We talk about regulations, we've talked about non-regulatory initiatives, but our ultimate goal is to make sure as we're talking about safety that we're not just talking among ourselves or our state partners, we're talking with the industry, we're talking with the public, emergency responders, and many others who have a stake in pipeline safety. And then there's a lot of dialoguing that takes place with the public meetings and workshops we hold, participating at conferences, getting involved with some of the FERC scoping and siting meetings. So PHMSA does not have jurisdiction over pipeline siting and routing issues. It's not to say that we won't show up, which we will, and have a conversation around pipeline safety because those questions could inherently come up in that kind of environment. And then we have our esteemed community liaison program. And our staff, and I talked a little bit about this yesterday, but we have 10 community liaisons, formerly known as the Community Assistance and Technical Services, the CATS program. But these individuals talk to a lot of folks throughout the year. They engage in a lot of different dynamic ways, and I think this is really the external face of our agency in terms of engagement. I think they do a great job of listening and bringing back some of the things that they hear and learn so that we can better inform our policy decisions and some of our oversight and enforcement work as well. Just to give you a snapshot, from an engagement standpoint, it's not uncommon for our community liaisons and other staff to hear from the public and get roughly over 1,000, anywhere up to 1,000 to close to 1,300 inquiries each year, where we actively email, talk, meet with people, and try to understand what their concerns are and try to help them or point them in the direction of who can help them. We get involved in a number of outreach activities each year, and we participate with emergency responders and operators in some of their exercises and drills. And this is just to give a snapshot of some of the work that our community liaisons do, but there's a lot more to it. So you may say, well, Christy, what comes out of that? What kind of things do you generally get questions about? Great question. What we do each year is we put together our top 10 stakeholder concerns. And we try to categorize what are the things that that's on people's mind when they come to us with questions and concerns. And this is just really a snapshot, whether it's proposed pipeline and siting, and I already mentioned that siting is not necessarily PHMSA's jurisdiction. But it's not to say that we don't try to point them in the right direction where they can get some additional support and or answer basic questions that we're able to help them with. We get involved with new pipeline construction and construction safety questions. We talk a lot about public awareness and sometimes the distinction between public awareness and public engagement. We talk a lot about exposed, shallow, and abandoned pipelines. We get questions on liquefied natural gas siting and jurisdiction, right-of-way and easement issues, just jurisdictional issues in general. And I'll be honest, sometimes when we get public questions about jurisdictional issues, it can be very frustrating because it generally goes like this. Well, PHMSA doesn't regulate this. Well, you have to go to the state on that. Well, the state doesn't regulate that. You need to go to FERC or EPA or the local government. And what we do recognize and we appreciate is that people just want to know, can we cut to the chase and can you tell us who we can go to on some of these issues? Who can help us? And we recognize that that is a point of frustration. And what we really work to try to do is to streamline the number of different hops and bounces and try to help to work to get you to those who can be the most impactful with the shortest, duration of time in between. We also hear questions on active pipelines, emergency plans, and other environmental related issues, just to kind of give you a sense of some of the things that we talk about quite frequently and get questions on. So the next question you may have is, so what do you do with that, Christy? You hear all these things, you talk to stakeholders, you're out getting all these inquiries and participating at conferences, and I'll tell you that we do a lot with it. We tend to go back and some of the things, if we get a lot of repeat questions on topics where it is obvious that what we have on our websites and we're putting out is not answering the questions, then we need to go back and take a look at our website, our brochures, and any other informational outreach materials we have, and we need to address some of these issues more consistently and update those to make sure that we're answering some of these questions we're getting frequently. We participate in a lot of best practice initiatives, and one of which that is ongoing that may be of interest to you is the American Petroleum Institute's recommended practice on 1162 on public awareness. We've been participating over at least the last year, maybe year and a half, as API is seeking to rewrite the third edition of that recommended practice for pipeline operators. We currently have in our regulations the first edition of that RP. PHMSA did not adopt the second edition because we thought there were some opportunities for improvement. And we have been actively involved with providing our input into what we think could help to strengthen public awareness requirements for the various stakeholder groups. Hopefully you'll have an opportunity, if you're interested, to participate by sharing your comments on the various drafts that API oversees. PHMSA will certainly be reviewing it and sharing our comments as well. But that's just an example of the many type of best practice initiatives that we participate in. We share information at meetings, webinars, and conferences. We conduct a lot of targeted outreach. One of the things my office does is we actually use a risk-based approach to even how we conduct outreach and determine which states and which type of challenges we want to address, because we have limited resources, as most of us do. So we actually run through a lot of different models, and we have some damage prevention areas that we look at and incident data, and we even take a look at some of the community liaison work, and we think about what are some of the high risk and high impact areas that we can actually influence through our outreach. And we develop a plan each year for our outreach efforts to tackle some of those emerging issues. We also propose areas of focus during inspections. And as I talked about earlier, our community liaisons are talking to a lot of different stakeholders with a lot of concerns and getting some great feedback. So how do you take a proactive group like your outreach and engagement group who's out talking to folks and make sure that we have an opportunity internally to say, hey, as we're planning our inspection cycle for the next year, how do we make sure some of those things get fed back into it? And we actually do that. We sit down and we talk about what are some of the emerging issues we're seeing and hearing about, and how do we get those things on the radars of our inspection staff and fed back into their processes. We also have that opportunity to recommend improvement to policy, whether it's participating with the recommended standards and recommended practices and standards, whether it's through rulemaking and other avenues. We want to make sure that the things that we know are challenges across the industry or potential risk or hazards, that we're using that as an opportunity to say, hey, as we're deciding and making, developing new policy or making modifications to existing policy, we're considering some of the things that we know to be problematic or symptomatic that needs to be addressed. We also make updates to the National Pipeline Mapping System. And I'll give you one example. For those who may not be aware, if you go to our National Pipeline Mapping System, you can see where the gas transmission and hazardous liquid transmission lines are mapped across the country. Gas distribution lines are not included in that mapping system. But we're able to, we recently went back and as a result of some of the questions we received in comments, and added the emergency contact information for pipeline operators. So we try to listen, and all the tools that we have, we try to find ways to improve them based on what we're hearing. And this all happens because of the engagement that we've had the opportunity to participate in. And then, of course, through the work that we collectively do, we share our concerns and we share lessons learned with other stakeholders. So as I wrap up and I think about engagement, I think that going back to Carl's question, do people really want to engage? I think it is absolutely necessary. And engagement, just like the public awareness aspect, is a matter of pipeline safety. We all share a common focus on safety. We really want to drive improvements across our industry, and you cannot do that with a homogeneous discussion. If everybody came into this setting with the same mindset and the same interest and the same focus and perspectives, it would be very difficult to have the kind of conversations that need to happen to really to continue to drive towards zero across the industry. And lastly, in order to make progress, you absolutely need difficult conversations. Just because you have difficult conversations, I will tell you, having been in many of them myself, it is not always comfortable. It is not always pleasant. But what I can tell you is when you look beyond the emotion and you look beyond some of the challenges with that, you understand and respect what is really being shared. Even if, and at times, you're not in a position to directly influence that particular situation. It is important to understand and listen. And then there are times through these dialogues, it's important to understand each other's limitations, as I talked about. And we sometimes have to manage expectations around what we can do in certain settings and maybe move some topics and some views to a setting where it can more effectively get addressed. And you have to talk about all those things if we really want to advance safety. And I know that we do. And I know that PHMSA is continuing to do many different things. There's some things that we're in the process of developing out and talking through and getting leadership's buy-in on to help to continue to advance the engagement work that we're doing and to do some things that we have not done before across our industry. And we look forward to sharing more of those things as they continue to evolve. Thank you very much.
Thank you. One of the things we heard even in our post-conference survey last year was, where's FERC? Everybody wanted to complain about FERC in the room, and they weren't here. How's that for a setup? So for our meetings that we held over the last few months, we made sure we included FERC, and they were very willing to come to those meetings. We actually had 3 participants from FERC at those meetings, and we're glad today. David Hannabik was supposed to be here, and he got ill 3 days ago. So Candy got thrown under the bus last minute, but she's here, and Candy's a project manager for, I almost said project manager. I was talking Canadian in the other room a second ago, and project manager for FERC, and we'll let her talk about FERC engagement. Okay, this computer's different than the one across the hall.
Thank you, Carl. My name is Candelaria Barakat. I am one of the project managers and the engineers at the Division of Gas, Environment, and Engineering at the Office of, at the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. I want to thank Carl and the Public Safety Trust for the invitation today, for letting FERC come out and speak and talk about engagement. Like Carl mentioned, over the summer, I participated in those pipeline safety and engagement group meetings. And while the discussion talked a lot about safety, there was a lot of discussion about engagement. When do we engage? What's the importance of engagement? How far do we engage? So I'll be talking about that today. But before that, for those of you that don't know who FERC is a Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. We are an independent agency that regulates the interstate transmission of natural gas, electricity, and oil. Under the Natural Gas Act, gave us the authority to regulate the transportation of natural gas in interstate commerce. So we are responsible for the siting authority of above-ground facilities and pipeline, not the safety, just the siting. Now, the decisions that are issued by the commission orders, those are always subject for federal court reviews. We consist of 5 commissioners that are appointed by the president and confirmed by the Senate. What FERC does not regulate is pipeline safety standards, that's under PHMSA, natural gas producers, local gas distribution and gathering pipelines, LNG and pipeline intrastate projects, and siting of oil, oil products, and natural gas liquid pipelines. The FERC's natural gas program, this is where the bulk of the review comes in our office, in our division, the Gas, Environment, and Engineering. When a project comes in, we evaluate the application, whether it's an LNG import and export project, whether it's a pipeline, abandonment, storage facility. We conduct the environmental review. We issue an environmental document, whether it's an environmental impact statement or an environmental assessment. If that gets approved by the commissioners, then we move into the construction phase. Once it's under construction, we conduct compliance inspections to ensure that the project is being constructed in accordance with the conditions that are in the environmental document. And then we move into the operation phase. Now, outreach to stakeholders and engagement, that is usually done throughout the entire phases of the project. I'll talk about FERC's role in the next slide, but on the applicant should be engaging and outreaching with the stakeholders from the initiation and the planning phases of the project. When they're even thinking about that they're gonna put a pipeline in this area, they should be going out and engaging with the public about their input, what are their concerns, what are any possible reroutes. So this is the bulk of, during the pre-filing phase is where most of the outreach and engagement that happens on FERC's side. This is where communication is open. We don't have ex parte regulations that we have to adhere to. We issue a notice of intent. We attend open houses that are hosted by the applicant. We go out, we meet with the stakeholders, with agencies. We address any of their concerns, any environmental issues that they may have. We conduct scoping sessions to gather input about the project. We have site visits that are open to the public, and those are, everybody's invited to come and see where the pipeline or storage facilities are going to be. We may have interagency and other meetings as needed. Some of those, we may have them as conference calls, but depending on the controversy or the size of the project, we may have one-on-one meetings. So this is in the pre-filing, and that's required 6 months for LNG projects, and highly recommended for larger controversial pipeline projects. This is where we try to resolve a lot of the issues, a lot of the concerns, so there are no surprises when the application is filed. Any major pipeline reroutes, we would like to do that during the pre-filing phase. So when the application is filed, we can still communicate with the stakeholders, but that has to be in a more formal setting because now ex parte regulations are in place. Everything has to be documented on the record, has to be through a formal filing on the docket. We have to notify the landowners under the 18 CFR. Then, like I said, we issue the environmental documents. We will hold comment sessions on draft environmental impact statements. Those are usually within 45 days of issuing the document. And then post a decision and a certificate. We still continue to engage, but those are on a case-by-case basis. If during under construction, we get a call through the landowner helpline that there is an issue or there is a concern, then we may go out and conduct an inspection and see is the restoration not done properly, or he has a concern where the pipeline might not be constructed adequately, that sort of thing. Best practices for outreach programs. I think a lot of you have a copy of this. And I have a copy with me too. It highlights the importance of outreach. It improves the review process, increases public engagement. And this was something that was put together from a lot of feedback and discussion with the industry. It increases the engagement and the agency coordination with that. And this one talks about the whole process during pre-filing, application, what do you do, how do you engage with stakeholders, etc. Again, I'll talk about like engagement, some of the trials, successes, results. Sometimes it depends on during open houses and comment meetings, I'd like to take 6 people with me if I can, but sometimes we have staff availability. We're very busy. We can't take out so many people. Sometimes it's just the project manager and our third-party contractor. So sometimes we have limitations on that. And like I said, on ex parte regulations, those are during the application phase. We are very limited on the communication. That has to be done, documented on the record. Again, like scoping meetings, site visits, that's where we can have open discussion, open communication about any comments or concerns that somebody may have on the project. Difficult discussions, and I think this is where, like, if the outreach and the engagement wasn't done properly, sometimes the landowners think, oh, FERC is on the applicant side, and we always have to explain we are advocates for the process, not the project. And I'll give an example where good engagement was done and bad engagement wasn't done. There was a project during pre-filing that we issued the NOI. We went out for the scoping meeting, and some of the landowners walked up to me and said, oh, so-and-so company's been talking to us for the past couple of years about this project before they even came to FERC with the pre-filing application. So they were already on board. They had held open houses and at community centers and schools and engaged with the public about the project and had already thought about reroutes before even came in with a pre-filing project. So that project went a lot smoother. When the application was filed, we were not bombarded with thousands of comments because a lot of these issues were resolved earlier. On the other hand, this another project, which I won't mention names, I went out during open houses during pre-filing, and the landowners had heard about it 2 weeks before. They're like, I didn't know about this project. I just received this letter in the mail that so-and-so's putting a pipeline in my backyard, and now they can only talk about reroute from here to here. So they were already upset because they were not engaged, they were not involved. So my advice is engage early and consistency. Yes, you will invest a lot of time at the beginning, but it's going to save you a lot of time later. That's my advice on this. Safety and FERC, like we said, we regulate the siting of the pipeline, the location of the pipeline from a safety perspective. I mean, from a siting perspective, DOT handles the safety. And there was a court decision from the city of Oberlin for Ohio that confirmed that also, that DOT handles the safety and the class locations, and it recognizes that there isn't a minimum requirement for siting next to a building. And I just want to reference to the 1993 MOU that was signed between FERC and DOT, which highlights the responsibilities. And I think that's it. I look forward to your questions.
We're going to switch the order a little bit. There was some kind of finagling going on next to me. So next up is Chuck Lesniak, who is the principal for CL3 Consulting. Some of you may know him. He used to be the permitting officer, environmental permitting officer for the city of Austin, Texas. He was also part of our group, and I think he's got true confessions about how he lost his watch last night. But
Thank you. Yeah, I'm Chuck Lesniak, retired last year from the city of Austin. And yes, I did for a few minutes lose my watch last night, or it was taken from me and returned. Is this guy named Magic Mike, and he is magic. It was pretty impressive. It's pretty impressive. So I'm going to talk a little bit about public engagement from the public's standpoint. That's generally who I represent and have for a long time. And give me a show of hands, regardless of what role you play in this process. How many of y'all have been to meetings like this? Figured everybody, just about. Nothing good comes out of this, very rarely. This is what we want to get to. This is what we want to see. You know, people sitting, they're listening. There's a woman there smiling in the back. We've got people given the opportunity to talk. People are being heard, and information is being exchanged. This is engagement. Just real quickly about me, I've been involved in environmental activism, environmental issues since the late 70s and early 80s. I spent 28 years working in the environmental field, environmental policy, environmental regulations, spill response, hazardous site remediation for the city of Austin, and been involved in pipeline issues for about the last 20 years. And I've worked with a lot of neighborhoods, property owners, homeowners, and developers, pipeline operators, and I've been on both sides of the table. I've managed projects in neighborhoods that were very highly controversial, that the neighbors were concerned about, and I've sat on the other side of the table representing the city of Austin and representing the public on pipeline projects, pipeline lawsuits, and controversial projects, development projects that were being proposed in Austin, in communities in environmentally sensitive areas. And so I can look at this from both perspectives, but generally I've looked at it from the public's perspective. From my perspective, public engagement is an open, honest, good faith dialogue between the parties, between the stakeholders. It's a sharing of technical information. It's timely. It's not after the decision is already made. That's what I see, especially on siting projects, that the engagement process does not start, and as Candy was saying, it doesn't start until the pipeline operator has invested often years, hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars, and it needs to be, public engagement isn't window dressing. You're not just checking a box, and it's not subverted by other efforts to sabotage or diminish the efforts and the position of the public stakeholders. Just as an aside, the effort by the some in this country have gotten legislation passed in many states that has made a felony to protest pipelines, and it makes the individual operators, when they come into communities, it makes us not trust them when these efforts are going on at a state and national level. It needs to be, public engagement needs to be open to all interested parties. Nobody should be excluded. It's respectful and considerate of all parties' interests, and that's true. The public needs to keep that in mind too. The pipeline operators have legitimate interest in what they're trying to do, and we need to respect that, but everybody needs to be respectful of everybody's interests and goals. It needs to be a level playing field, and that really is one of the hardest parts, is and I'm going to talk more about this, the playing field is not level, that there's a huge imbalance of power, and it needs to be about listening. You don't hear, you don't understand, you can't get anywhere until people on both sides, or all sides, because sometimes there's more than two sides in this, everybody is listening and asking questions that they're legitimately wanting to hear an honest answer about. These kind of things develop trust, and that's what we're trying to get to, because without trust you don't get real communication, you don't get real engagement. So let me talk about a good faith dialogue. It shares and respects each party's interests and goals. It understands that everybody, or that people may have, different stakeholders may have different perspectives and different interests. Different doesn't mean wrong. There's no hiding the ball. Share it all, good, bad, or ugly. One of the things, I did a project about 15 years ago where we had an old abandoned landfill in a large city park in Austin that had a creek going through it. It was leaking leachate, landfill leachate into the creek. And when we started to look at it, we also found that there were a number of areas of hazardous waste. We had lead, banned pesticides, all across the top of this landfill. It was surrounded by a neighborhood. It was used by kids on a regular basis. And I was told, I was asked to put together a project to clean it up. The neighborhood freaked out. We closed their park. We were going to be stirring up this landfill waste, hazardous waste that was highly dangerous to people, creating a lot of dust, a lot of concerns about this in this old established community. What I found was that what worked was I shared everything. I met with people as often as they wanted to meet. I shared all the data that I was getting from our soil and water sampling, our air sampling, and not only did I give them the Excel tables that I was putting together, I gave them the raw sheets, data sheets that I was getting from our labs. And I sat down with them and helped them understand it. And eventually I developed a lot of trust in that. I started off having meetings with 200 or 300 people showing up. Halfway through the project, I rarely had a meeting where I had more than about 10 or 12 people. And that showed that the community trusted me. And when there are things that I really wanted everybody to know, we went door to door and made sure people knew. And so you got to share it all. And that everything you can. You got to be thick-skinned. You don't try not to make things personal, but sometimes it gets personal. Shouting and personal attacks shut everybody down. And even if it's just sort of implied kind of attitudes, people close up on all sides. Let everybody hear the questions and the answers. There's a place for one-on-one conversations, but you need to let the public ask questions in the public so that everybody hears the questions and everybody hears the answers. It's part of sharing information. And it's okay to disagree, but when you don't agree, say so. Technical information, give us the data and the studies, not the watered down, sanitized summaries or your PR person showing up and saying it's all okay, we got this. Talk honestly about risk. This is one of the things that I see the industry, and to some extent the regulators too. They talk mostly about probability and rarely about, and very often not about consequence, or when they do talk about consequence, they minimize it. Consequence is where the public is concerned. Because if it happens in your neighborhood, in your town, behind your house, it doesn't matter that it was a 1 in 900,000 chance that it happened. It happened. And I guarantee during your project, there will be a big incident in the country, if not several. And that will be thrown in your face when all you've been talking about is probability. So you're not doing yourself any favors. Don't wait to be asked. Show up at the meetings with the information that you know people are going to want to have. This is not y'all's first rodeo. The public needs to show up to the extent that they can, prepared with questions. Don't expect to be told and spoon-fed everything. Do your own research. Take some responsibility for yourself to the extent that you can. Respect non-technical people's ability to understand technical information. Is one of the things that I learned really quickly on that hazardous waste site. Is I shared everything and people got it. Sometimes I would have to sit down with them and walk them through it and answer some basic questions, but they got it for the most part. If you can't share it, say so. I know there's a lot of times where there are really legitimate, valid reasons. They may not be accepted by everybody, but there are real reasons that you can't share data or share information. Say so and explain why and share what you can. From the public side, be understanding. You don't have to be happy about it, but be understanding. This is almost like agreeing to disagree. When a company representative explains a good, legitimate reason for why they can't share information, accept that and try and work around it or work with it to the extent you can. If you don't know the answer to a question, say so. Don't just put it off or make something up or answer a different question and ignore it. Explain that you don't know. Say so and that you'll try and find out, and then when you say you try and find out and get back to them, get back to them. Window dressing and subversion. Don't go through the motions. It's a recipe for disaster. We know. We can tell when you're there just checking a box. We took time. The community took time to show up. They didn't make dinner for their kids, or they made them macaroni and cheese for the 5th night in a row, and they showed up at a meeting, and this is a whitewash, and they can tell. Bring the right people to the party. Bring the engineers and the people that actually are working on the project. Don't bring just your PR people, your communications people. Don't structure the meetings to divide and isolate. I don't know how many meetings that I've been to where they're set up as an open house and they've got everybody, they bring their experts, but they're all set around the room, and there are some good times for that. It's a good way to share information on an individual level, but don't make the open house be the only thing you do. Follow that up with a general meeting where everybody gets to answer questions and everybody hears the questions and the answers, because those types of meetings work well together. Acknowledge any parallel efforts that may be counter to any party's goals. That you're holding a public meeting, but the public is suing you right there. For the public, acknowledge that. I filed suit. I know you may have some limitations because now we've started litigation, but let's all acknowledge that and let's work within that framework and the limitations that it may create. And again, just the efforts that is happening nationally, industry-wide, to subvert legitimate efforts to protest and oppose pipelines isn't helping the cause, and it makes the individual pipeline operators look bad. leveling the playing field. And this is about balance of power. When people feel powerless or their power is minimized, they lash out and they're angry and they don't trust. Everything with almost all of these processes is slanted in favor of the industry. You've got better agency access, you've got eminent domain authority, you can take land before you even, and build your pipeline before you even pay the property owners for it. You've got all the financial and technical resources and access to the information that the public doesn't have, and you've got a favorable political climate. Go to the community early, like Candy said. You know, when you show up and you've already spent 2 years working on a pipeline and you've told your board of directors that this is where we're going and this is where we're going to build it, I tell you what, I know as a former project manager, if I'm in that position, there is going to have to be a huge fatal flaw for me to go back to my CEO or my board of directors and say, I'm moving this billion-dollar project that we've invested $1 million in design work on because the neighborhood's mad. You know, that's not happening, and we know it. So you basically put us in a box already by the time you show up when you've already designed your project. Provide an easily accessible technical person that the public and the stakeholders can talk to. Not just a communications person, a person that really understands the technical issues and the regulations. And make sure that they are responsible for and understand that they give back to people in a timely manner. Understand the limitations. This is a big one. Understand the limitations to participation of the public. These people have jobs, they've got kids, just like you do, but they're not being paid to be there. They don't work 40 hours or 60 hours a week on pipeline issues. They're taking time out of their personal lives to be engaged in this. Respect that and make it as easy as possible for them to be there. If you need to help them travel somewhere, and provide a bus and put them all on the bus and give them dinner and take them to the site. You know, make it easy for them. When people, and so again, when everything is so in favor of the pipeline operator, the public starts off angry and they stay angry. So in all, if you do this kind of work on the front end, it can save you a lot of effort on the back end. It reduces your likelihood of litigation. You have better community relations because your pipeline is going to be in this community for a long time. You get better relations with the regulatory agencies. I guarantee Christy and Candy really like it when they show up and they see an operator that's working well with the community. You get safer communities and you get a safer environment, and at the end of the day, the thing that we all want, you get safer pipelines. So thank you, and we look forward to answering questions.
Next up, we have Sean Lyon, who's the president of Marathon Pipeline, and a humorous story first. He knew that was coming. PHMSA held a public engagement meeting, was it June, Christy, at the US DOT headquarters in DC. And there was a lot of people there, and at lunchtime, we were all eating lunch in the cafeteria. I can't do two things at once, so just a second. And Sean and I were sitting at a table, and I think it was a couple of guys that had driven up from Virginia that were eating lunch with us. And Sean got up to leave after he was done with his lunch, and those guys from Virginia turned to me and said, well, he seems like a nice guy. I wish those pipeline companies would send somebody other than these trained PR people to these meetings. And I said to him, well, he's not just the PR guy. And they said, well, what is he? I said, well, he's the president of the company. And it was like that took the wind out of their sails. And that was the truth for our three meetings too, which Sean came to all three of those. When you have the president of the company sitting there talking about engagement, you know that he can't go back and pass the buck to somebody else because the buck stops there. So if he says, we're going to do this, we knew that's what at least Marathon was going to do. So we really appreciated that level of leadership taking part in this. Sean.
Thanks, Carl. I thought you were going to say that I
I made you buy your own lunch or something. But I first want to thank Carl and Rebecca and Pipeline Safety Trust for a great conference. I've been coming here for a number of years, and this conference is one of the better ones I've been to. I think the numbers are better. And I just want to ask the question, how many of you are here from the public? Okay. You're the reason that I come here. You're the reason that we have a whole team here. I can go to any conference I want just about and meet with Masood or PHMSA or Alan or Skip or other industry people, but there's not many places I can come and have a dialogue with the public. That's why Pipeline Safety Trust, and I think Mr. Hall talked about that this morning, created an avenue to do that. So thank you for a great conference, and thank you for what can come out of here. And I want to talk about things from an industry perspective, but since a lot of what I'm going to share is from a Marathon Pipeline perspective, but please know the industry is on this journey also. And as we go through things here, and even at the end, we'll talk about some of that journey. In fact, I was just at a leadership meeting for API ALPL in Washington, D.C., and we talked about our priorities for 2020. It's that time of year. You're talking about what's your priorities for the next year. And we moved engagement to the top 3 priorities. Right behind SMS, technology, and engagement. So it tells you we're on that journey as an industry. We haven't arrived. And what's driving that journey? And it's, for me, pretty simple. Some of you won't be surprised when what I say here, but it's really the safety management system that is driving that journey. And it's that Plan, Do, Check, Act. And I was thinking about this on the safety management system. Why is that driving the journey? It's not a regulation. It's not compliance. It's about doing the right thing. In fact, if you truly follow the purest intent of the safety management system, it has nothing to do with compliance. It has everything to do with doing the right thing. And that's what this, for us, I know for me personally, it's about doing the right thing, and engagement is part of that journey. Okay. All right. So, Carl, how do I do this?
Up and down buttons.
There we go. All right. So our journey centers around a tagline called Earning Your Trust. And we started that back in 2015, and it is literally exactly what it says. It is about earning your trust. It's not that it's earned, but we have to go out and earn your trust. There are times where we don't earn trust, and we have to get it back. And as I talked about our journey, focus on the left-hand side of the screen where it talks about public awareness. That was the beginning part of our journey. And that's really all we talked about, is the public awareness piece. But now we're learning how to do that with public engagement. So I think you got to go to the data. So what's the data say? And all of us in this room have all kinds of access to data or data ourselves. And the data, as we've asked our own landowners, how do they want to be communicated with? And this is what they told us. 65% of the people in that chart are basically want awareness. What's the pipeline about? Who do I call? Other things. 65% want to know awareness through different forms, but basically it's awareness methods. 30% want to know, want to be engaged. They want to have a dialogue. That might be through social media, that might be through an email, that might be through a phone call, that might be through a meeting. But 30% want to have a dialogue. So 65 awareness, 30% engagement. So let's talk about, and I'm going to share with you our journey on awareness. So you got to focus, because I truly believe this is both awareness and engagement. So those slides that went before you are things back in 2015, we started to realize postcards probably are not an effective method of providing awareness. It's a method, but it's probably not effective. And how many of you do what I do when you come home and you get the stack of mail? You stand right in front of your trash can, and if it looks like junk mail, you don't even open it, and it's done. Your goal is to get through that as soon as you can. So we realized that back in 2015, and we asked our own landowners. We pulled them together, had a focus group that was facilitated by a third party, and they knew why they were there. And we asked them questions. What would you read? What would you keep? And the slides before you is the feedback we got. One, you might have seen before, we've shared this before, but we had a tube, and it was a see-through tube, and right on the outside was a poster of a landowner we had, and it says, "Earning Your Trust" on it. And people opened it, and we got great feedback for it. The next year, we asked them again, and says, "What would you do?" And they said, "You send us all kinds of stuff. I need something to keep it in." So we actually sent them a file folder that talked about, call 811, earning your trust, other things that they can put all their stuff in. This past year, we asked a survey, or we sent out a survey, and what they wanted to hear about, 50% of the respondents said, "I want to hear about how do you maintain your pipelines." And then they say, how can I help make sure no one hits your pipelines? So our theme that is actually the 2019 box here, and I'll have it up here, you can take a look at it, but it's titled Protecting You, Your Property, and the Pipeline. And the box has, right in the top is probably one of the thing that we've got the most impactful feedback on, and thing that people like the best, is a magnet that goes on a refrigerator that has the picture of their actual right-of-way specialist, who they call that works directly for our company, and their cell number. And I know, like all of you, we're all busy. And for them, they may not be able to remember everything, but they can remember a face and they can remember a cell number by having it on the refrigerator. And that's what we've gotten the most feedback on. And so we'll, continue doing that. And then, also in this box is we've learned more words are not better. So there's pictures, and there's other things that are simple that what do we do to help maintain the safety and integrity of the pipe? And there are people a lot smarter than me that help put this together, but we bounce this off our focus groups. Would you read this? Would you keep it? I don't know about you, but I don't want to read a 3-page letter when I get home from work. I read enough 3-page emails from Carl. And so this is our latest version. And again, every year we go and ask, was it effective or not? Because I think there are some years we've had better ones, and some years, probably missed it a little bit. Okay. So I think with any SMS or anything, you got to start measuring yourself. So are you improving? What are the key performance indicators? I think it's a great philosophy, but eventually show me the money. Show me the results. Are you improving? So this is an indicator we have inside Marathon Pipeline. We have a process called Stop, Help, Start, where basically if someone calls in a concern about a pipeline, we stop it, we get help internally, and then if it's safe to restart, we will. So we track how many calls we get, and you can see by the years there, well, maybe not. I'm not sure what happened on that. But pretend those are years. I'm not manipulating the data, honestly. I'm not sure what happened on that one. All right. But we are getting more calls is the message. And I view that as a positive because they know who to call. They're looking at the magnet. And you know what? Things happen, and I want to know about it first. Not like, who do I call? Who do I call? What do I do? They know that. And so we have stopped the pipeline from those number of times based on landowners calling us. Okay. So I think the numbers are on this one. Good. So these are just general pipeline inquiries that the public has had just on our systems there. And you'll see in 2018, we've seen an increase. Again, to me, I view that as a positive. They know who to call, and we can, either educate them or find out, oh, there's something we need to go out and fix out there. We also have annual landowner events, and this borders on the way between awareness and engagement. And you'll see those are pictures of our employees meeting with our actual landowners. And I think the key word there, it's our direct employees. It's our technicians, some of the people in this room. It's our engineers talking direct with those landowners. And there's nothing more humbling for me when I stand at those events, and there might literally be 1,000 landowners there, and I stand back and I see our employees connecting with landowners and having a real dialogue. That makes me smile, because I know that pipeline's going to be safer because of that dialogue. So I thought I'd give you a little bit of a snippet of a video of something we did just this year at the Ohio State Fair. We have quite a few pipelines through Ohio, and we had an event this summer. How do I do this, Carl? Had it. Believe it or not.
Earning trust with property owners takes a multifaceted outreach program. Nothing, however, quite has the impact of Marathon Pipeline personnel meeting face-to-face with landowners. This year, over 800 landowners attended an event hosted by Marathon Pipeline at the Ohio State Fair. The event included a picnic and giveaways. But most important was the opportunity for landowners to browse through multiple informative, hands-on displays and interact directly with Marathon Pipeline employees. This sort of public engagement is the heart of what MPL calls earning your trust.
We're here at the Ohio State Fair for the Marathon Pipeline landowner event. And this landowner event is a key cornerstone to our Earning Your Trust program, where we really reach out and engage with the landowners, and we get a chance for all of our employees, our analysts, our engineers, our schedulers, our leadership to engage directly with the landowners and have a conversation. And it's a two-way conversation, and that's what engagement is about. We believe in public awareness, but public engagement is really where it makes a difference for our Earning Your Trust and with the landowners that are across our pipelines.
Hi, I live on Marshall Road in Hocking County, Ohio. We've lived there 4 years. We have a Marathon pipeline on our property and 2 other pipelines. This past spring, my husband and I, we had to call Marathon Pipeline because I smelled gas when I was on one of my daily walks. And I called, and they immediately came out and assessed the situation and realized that it was not a Marathon pipeline, but it was another pipeline. And they got a hold of them, and they kind of refused to come, and Marathon didn't accept that. They had them come out and made them come out and kind of repair the damage, and it was extensive. So if it wasn't for Marathon, I think we would have had a real issue on our hands, but they took care of it. The Marathon picnic today was awesome, so thank you, Marathon.
As always, Marathon Pipeline emphasized the importance of calling 811 before digging. Attendees could take an up-close look at the smart tools that run through the pipeline to check its integrity and learn how Marathon Pipeline utilizes drones. A 5-foot-tall iPhone allowed users to try out a Pipeline Finder app, showing how easy it is to find the location of pipelines operated by Marathon Pipeline.
I've personally talked to some landowners, and they know our people, and they know that we're on their property, so that says a lot for us getting out and getting ahead of this. And some of the key exhibits that we had today that I know I talked to the landowners about, one was the Pipeline Finder app. They like to see where's their house compared to the pipeline, and then the ILI technology, the tools that we had here. People are real interested in all the things that we do to protect them and be guardians of public safety.
Being guardians of public safety is embedded in Marathon Pipeline's culture. Engaging with landowners at events like the Ohio State Fair is one example of our commitment to the communities in which we operate. This is Earning Your Trust in action.
So as we talked about, this is earning your trust for us, and how do you do that? And one of the things that we try to do is, how do you measure that? So since 2015, we've asked our landowners, has MPL been a good neighbor? There's a series of questions that go into that question. But you can see there on the graph, in 2015, 82% said yes. A lot of the no's, don't knows there, and I think the light colors, you can say, well, probably weren't sure, or probably we didn't deserve that yet. So in 2018, we've seen some increase of numbers of the same folks we're asking. And I think it centers around a couple things that really are pretty simple. Mr. Hall talked about that this morning. What did your mom, what did your parents teach you? It's about mutual respect. Chuck talked about this. All of us talked about it. Mutual respect and trust, timely information, and open communication. It's nothing fancy. And all those, every single one of our employees go through a training of how to do that in their everyday worlds. And I can tell you the landowners truly enjoy talking to our operators, our technicians, our engineers, our analysts when we have that opportunity. And it's centered around those core principles. So I'm going to start to pivot here. So how do we shift towards public engagement? Again, awareness is important, it's needed, but as you go across for pure effectiveness of doing the right thing, as SMS drives you towards, I think you got to start by looking at the data. We all have a ton of data, but how do you break that data down? And there's some very good segments we found in the team that, a lot of the team that I've got out here does a great job at this, and we just started this year. Breaking down, where do you have a depth of cover issues or more hits in a certain area? And don't look at the big chunks of it, just look at small pockets, and that's the area that you want to engage with. So I'm going to give you a few examples of some of the engagement we've done recently and why. So the first is we've focused on farmers. Well, you might say why? It's pretty simple. 50% of our pipeline goes across farm fields or by farmers. So on the right there is our strategy to try to reach and engage with those farmers. And some of the things, I won't go through that list, some of the things are pretty simple that, you know, was a gap. Tenant farmers. You know, how many farmers, you know, they farm other people's property because that's how a farmer survives. And so, but how do you reach those farmers? I may be sending the mailer to Florida and the farmers in Ohio. So how do I get there? So we've got to get a way to close that gap, and we're working on doing that because that's the person I want to talk to in addition to the landowner that's down in Florida. You know, you'll see the landowner pizza nights. You know, one of the things I learned is that a good way to make a friend is give them a whole pizza. And you walk up and everyone, for some reason, it's just the common peace message of saying, hey, I'll sit down and talk with you. We've offered in Indiana, we had an area where we had several hits, and it was mainly in the farming rural area, and we went to a local pizzeria and we said, hey, from 6 to 8, and we gave them an invite, show up here, we've got a pizza for you, and we just want to talk with you for 5 minutes just about pipeline safety. Great response. Just a couple hundred landowners, farmers there, but you know what? They walked away. We knew them better, and they knew us better. So I think all of us have pipelines that take more TLC maintenance than others, so you spend more time there. You're there digging more digs because of the ILI and the tools that we saw yesterday downstairs. And one of the things we've learned is that can be a disruption to people that everyday lives. And those in one particular area in Ohio and Kentucky for us, there's a line that we do a lot of ILI digs to try to be preventative. While that's good, it's also a disruption to that landowner. So we've seen from the survey that, hey, our trust scores are lower there. What do we need to do? So we sat down our land agents and said, listen, we need to be extra careful here and make sure we work around their schedule. And we went through that and we said, you know, every time we're going to ask for their feedback to make sure we apply it and learn from it. And I'm going to share with you an actual survey card that was one of the landowners in that area after we started to take a step back because we weren't getting the trust scores we thought we should. And you'll notice the scorecard there, but his last statement to me was very telling. So do you have any additional comments or feedback? He said, this is the first time in many years I could mark all 5s in question number 7. So it tells you there's a good effect, mainly because we listened and we engaged, and it's not one size fits all. We were along that pipeline much more than a lot of other pipelines in their entire life. Another area that we've learned engagement is critical, and we've seen some great results from is around places where the public gathers. Schools is a great one, hospitals, retirement homes. And we visit every school. We used to just send them the postcard or even the tubes, and you know what schools are like. It's busy, administrations turn over, and you've got just a ton going on. And my wife is a teacher, and I know how hard it is being in today's school system and how much stuff they've got to deal with. And we realize that, probably just mailing something to them isn't sufficient. And there's not so many schools that we can't get our arms around. So we have 136 schools within 1,000 feet of our pipeline through our 10,000 miles. And so we set up a meeting with every single school, and we every 2 years, and we sit down with that administration, and we send one of our own employees, and we talk about their emergency evacuation procedures. We talk about what you're going to do. And I can tell you those discussions have been enlightening to almost, I'd hate to say it, I'm embarrassed that we didn't think of this earlier, but it's simple stuff that SMS requires you to do before something bad happens. And I think of yesterday, the Kentucky folks that were talked about their accident, and they gave some nice praise and compliments to the operator for the response they had. But the one thing that I took away from that conversation was, he said, I just wish that much time and effort was done beforehand. And I think that's what us spending this additional extra time could help prevent something that's clearly preventable. So, but the example I'll give you, in northern Indiana, we met with the school and we said, where's your evacuation and mustering point for the kids if you got evacuated? He said, well, we go right out the front door and we have everyone stand over there. Where do you guess it was? Right on top of the pipeline, right? Yep. And so we talked about, well, is there another place you could go out? Could you go out the back? And they said, no, we can't because it's a fenced-in yard. It was elementary school, and we don't have a gate out the back of our fence there. So we started talking more and said, you know what, we'll take care of that. And now they have a fence back there, and now they have an alternate egress in emergencies. So I think, again, just because of that dialogue, not because of a mailing, that dialogue, I have no doubt we moved the needle on pipeline safety and public safety. We all know our legislators are very smart. They know all. And one of the things that we've seen over the years is that there's more and more people coming into politics that truly don't have a clue of how things work. Sorry. I'm glad this is being streamed, Carl. Okay. All right. I'm glad this is being streamed. All right. So anyway, so we've gone to the capital of Missouri, State House, and then also Indiana. And we, just like yesterday, we've had some of our AI tools. Those folks you see in there are not our governmental affairs folks. Those are our engineers, our frontline workers talking with politicians. All right. Next, and then I'll be wrapping up here. Engagement with Pipeline Safety Trust. I can tell you the engagement with Pipeline Safety Trust has made us a better operator, period. No more, no less. It has driven us to do things that aren't about compliance, it's about doing the right thing. And I've learned it from Carl, I've learned it from Bruce, I've learned it from all of you, and I know my team has done the same thing. Carl usually always shows this picture up here. He referred to it this morning, but that was me one of my first years where I failed. I got powdered sugar all over my jacket from last night's Cafe du Monde. But the other pictures you'll see there was a visit I recently took with a number of leaders and future leaders in our company to go out and visit Whatcom Creek. And we walked it, and we spent some time with Carl. And the reason I wanted to do that is because I think when anyone gets a chance to see it up close, it makes an impact. And it'll affect the decisions and doing the right thing beyond any procedure, any process that you could ever write down. And there was a 30-year gentleman that went with us, and he said, you asked me to do this, and he said, I was busy, I had so much going on, I was like, well, I know about Bellingham, I'm good. Afterwards, he came up to me, he said, thank you. I really, really needed this. This will help me make sure our pipelines are safer. This last slide probably to me is probably the most impactful engagement story I've had in my career, and I feel privileged to be on the front lines and have a front row seat on this one. It started with a relationship with Bruce. Bruce and I knew each other as we've talked in the industry with safety management system, with working with Carl over the years, and I've come to really have a relationship, a friendship with Bruce that he is one of the neatest men I know because he's humble, he's purposeful, he's thoughtful, and he's a gentleman's gentleman. And so as we are entering into the 20-year anniversary of Bellingham this year, Bellingham is a big part of our culture at Marathon Pipeline. I asked Bruce, I said, I sent him an email, this goes back in the spring this year, and I sent him an email, I said, Bruce, and just as he said this morning, it's the first time I've ever seen him stand up and say a few words, because he's humble. And as he said, it becomes emotional for him. So I sent him an email, I said, Bruce, what would you want Marathon Pipeline to remember about Bellingham on the 20-year anniversary? And I said, if you don't want to send me an email, I understand, no problem. And I was really getting ready for our annual leadership conference we have in the spring. About 200 leaders come to Findlay, Ohio, the most tropical place in the U.S. And we talk about the upcoming year and talk about pipeline safety and the other things. And it's a really pivotal conference we have. So I sent it to Bruce, and I know Bruce is a big-time thinker, and he's very deliberate. And I didn't hear anything back. I thought, well, I understand, and we were moving on. We had the agenda all set. The day before the leadership conference, I received an email from Bruce. And I'll never forget this. And I sat in my office, and I read the email. And as tears streamed down my face, I realized that we're going to call an audible and we're going to change our leadership conference. And I shared this letter with all of our leaders. And then from there, I'm going to read you a portion of the letter, if I can get through part of it, because it's one of the best well-written letters that I've ever read. We shared, with his permission, that letter with the industry at the annual API conference, where 700 people heard it. And then as we approached June 10th, the 20-year anniversary, we asked Bruce's permission if we could share it with the entire industry. 35,000 people had access to this letter. So this is an example of how engagement works. It's by a relationship, it's by listening, and it's by sharing. And so I'm going to read you a portion of the letter. Hi, Sean. You asked me what I think you should remember from Bellingham or anything else that I feel might be valuable, so here goes. So regarding Bellingham, I hope you will keep remembering Liam. Though he would be 38 now, he is forever 18 years old and just graduated from high school. And remember Wade and Stephen, who are forever 10 years old. I want you to remember each of them to keep present the seriousness of your work and the responsibility you carry. Pipeline failures may be considered low probability and high consequence events, but I want remembering Liam and Bellingham to keep up front that consequences can be deadly and that low probability can ring hollow. What I carry around with me about Bellingham is that it was caused by a number of events that any one which, if handled well, could have prevented the pipeline failure and Liam's death. I've wondered what regulations could have prevented this from happening and have concluded that what was missing most was a culture of safety. A culture of safety would not have allowed for external damage to occur during excavations for the nearby water treatment plant project, along with inadequate inspection by the pipeline company of the third party's excavation work. A culture of safety would not have failed to identify and repair the damage done to the pipeline. A culture of safety would not have allowed for an inaccurate evaluation of an inline inspection tool data, which led to the company's decisions not to excavate and examine the damaged section of pipe. A culture of safety would not have failed to test under approximate operating conditions all safety devices associated with the product's facility before activating the facility. A culture of safety would not have failed to investigate and correct the conditions leading to the repeated unintended closing of the inlet block valve 41 times in the preceding 6 months. A culture of safety would not have performed database work on the SCADA system while the system was also being used to operate the pipeline. Yes, you can take pride in the SMS and safety culture, but you know you can't take things for granted. You need to stay vigilant. You need to stay aware of the seriousness of your work and the responsibility you carry. You need to stay humble. Thank you to you and your team for the continued efforts. I feel that we are partners in trying to make a difference. That's pretty moving. Tens of thousands of employees got to hear that message from one engagement, and a gentleman that has incredible courage. Bruce, on behalf of myself, Marathon Pipeline, the industry, and everyone in this room, thank you.
Well, I was going to make some smart remark about people that can't follow timeline issues, but I don't think I'll do that. I've pushed the lunch back a little bit, so when you have to return from lunch back a little bit. So we'd love to get a couple of questions if people have a couple of questions. We're gathering some microphones. I see one way up front here. Rebecca?
It's not so much a question as it's sort of lessons learned. And I spoke to you before about projects where PHMSA wasn't stepping in when we asked them to. And one of them dealt with Marathon. And the Corps and I had the dialogue with them instead. And they repaired the erosion issue when the Corps and the tribe asked for that. But by establishing that dialogue and reaching outside of what we're comfortable with, it's even improved more, to the point where you know you don't have distance requirements, but I said I want an isolation valve closer to that lake, so if there is a spill, we can reduce the spill volume. And out of the blue, a year and a half later, they're saying we need a permit for this isolation valve. And I said, what isolation valve? And they said, the one you requested we put in. So they've been a good partner. We've addressed safety issues, and once we establish that dialogue, there's a lot of groups that aren't. And people tend to think I'm oppositional. I'm not. I want responsible development. And they've become that. By dialogue and reaching out of our comfort zone, we've established that. So I just want to give them thanks for the stuff they've done, and I wanted to kind of use the lessons learned for your group as well to have that dialogue. Thank you.
Any questions?
Hi, thanks so much. And I also want to thank Carl for the Public Engagement Working Solutions Group. It was really enlightening to be a part of that. So thank you. That was amazing. Carl, Sean, I have to say, I knew you were a good guy, but I'm pretty blown away by what you've shown. In New Jersey, I work with communities all over the state, and I've never seen anything remotely like that in terms of engagement. So you really are setting an example and putting, obviously, substantial capital, to do it as well, which does follow what Mr. Hall was saying this morning. So thank you for that and for setting an example with that, because we have examples where pipeline companies may come once to a community, not get a reception they like, and never come to that community again throughout an entire proposal process. But my question is to you, Candy, as just kick in, that when you have your stakeholder interagency, there's a big process involved, but there are members of the public or NGOs or experts that I think would go a long way to increasing engagement. And
I need you phase.
And I'd like to ask, has FERC ever revoked a permit in the operations phase, a siting permit? And if so, why? And if not, what would it ever take?
So once the project moves into operations, that's safety related, and that falls back under DOT if it's a pipeline safety. Correct?
If it's a pipeline
If it's
safety
a
matter.
pipeline safety. I talked about it, yeah, I talked about it briefly. I was just trying to do, high level. So once it moves into the operation, that the pipeline now is in operation, then if there are any safety concerns or issues, then we refer back to PHMSA.
You still address safety concerns and issues at FERC by monitoring of some sort, or do you have absolutely nothing whatsoever to do with a pipeline once it's in operation?
Once it's in operation, it falls back on PHMSA for pipeline safety issues.
One more question?
Well, Sean, thanks for making me cry. I was a county commissioner for 12 years in North Florida, and we have 3 Florida gas transmission lines through our county, and our only experience with meeting with the company officials about emergency response plans was done by a consulting group. And that tells me they weren't very serious. In addition, they served lukewarm, mediocre barbecue instead of pizza, and that told me something else. And it was an absolutely useless meeting. Call before you dig, and that was it. So I thank you for taking seriously public outreach and your commitment to safety, and I hope it's an example for others to follow. Thank you.
Great, good wrap up. Let's try to be back at 1:45 after lunch. We're going to try something really different, and I have no idea what's going to happen. Which is kind of the way this whole conference is going.
Okay, you'd be glad. I'd be glad to give it to you. Yeah.
I'm so impressed.
Oh, thanks. Thank you.
You have a great company culture. And thank you for engaging with also.
Oh, no, we need you. So,
Because I put money in other companies and doing it for the right thing.
yeah,
So,
the right thing is.
So thank you for alignment of values.
All right, we were stalling while the webcast folks got some things in order, but we're ready to try something different. One of the things we did last year is we kind of opened it up at the end for more of a discussion, because what we hear over and over again is the talking heads are great, but the Q&A at the end is really where a lot of the valuable stuff happens. So we wanted to try that again. And so this, I've been referring to it as the Brave Souls session, but I don't think that's what it says on the agenda. But we've recruited a bunch of people who've attended before and who have volunteered to come up, and we're kind of opening it up for Q&A. We're going to start with a couple of questions, maybe just to get it going. Let's see. I've got Sean, who's volunteered to be a brave soul or a sacrificial lamb, depending how it turns out. Christy, I think. Candy, did you want to? We'll have the federal government well represented. Who else we got? CJ. CJ has to leave fairly soon, so you're going to see some revolving seats going on up here. We need some citizen folks up here. I was hoping Gerard, the mayor of Greene, but I don't see him in the room. Oh.
Here we go.
Now that you got reelected, you can come up here and be safe. And one more. Patty, do you want to? And as we move through questions, if somebody out there really wants to be up here because you have a lot to say about that, just stand up or come up here and stand, and I bet you can find somebody here that would be more than willing to give you their seat.
Yeah, that's right. Come on. I'm here. I got a seat.
All right, so a lot of this is going to be driven by whatever you want. This isn't just going to be these guys talking to each other. We're going to ask some questions. They might have some comments. Then you can have your own comments and ask them more or change the discussion altogether. This is kind of be free form. But we really want to stick to the kind of the theme we've had of 20 years. Have things got safer? And if safety is really the highest priority, why do we still fill in the blanks? And I haven't got any really burning questions. One of the things that I've heard over and over again throughout this 2 days, we heard it from Jim Hall this morning, we've heard it from others, even heard it from Sean a little bit, is how the Pipeline Safety Trust, having 2 employees that get paid to think about pipeline safety, and I think we're really the only 2 public people in the country that actually have a salary that pays them to think about pipeline safety day in and day out, has helped change pipeline safety in the country. We've heard that a number of times in the last few days. So if that's true, why is it that there isn't more support for expanding other groups like the Pipeline Safety Trust or expanding the Pipeline Safety Trust? Isn't there a way we should try to fund so there's more than just 2 people in the country that are helping push the public perspective? So if safety is really the highest priority, why aren't there 6 of us instead of 2 of us? Because I can think of all kinds of ways it could be funded. There's lots of pipeline issues going on, and there's settlements. Some of that settlement could be directed towards forming a larger pipeline safety trust. Companies could donate to form a larger pipeline safety trust. Some of the money for TAG grants could be set aside for providing an ongoing public voice. So if pipelines safety is really the highest priority, why aren't there more public advocates for pipeline safety? Anybody want to touch that one?
I mean, I think Carl, at least from us at INGA, I guess I should quickly introduce myself again. CJ Osmond, the Interstate Natural Gas Association of America, Interstate Gas Transmission Pipelines. I mean, I think we would be interested in talking more about how we can get more resources to some of the efforts that you all engage on. You know, I think there is, obviously, we've all said and heard today that the trust has helped in a big way to enhance pipeline safety in the country and specifically provide a voice to members of the public who are affected by pipelines. So I would say, you know, come, let's talk, let's go up with a proposal, let's work on it, because I think, you know, there's more to talk about, there's more to do than there has been in the past, and I think many of us in the room at least, and I can speak for our members when I say that like, we value what you guys do, and it's important to the process. So I think it's something we're open to.
So let me throw a twist into it already. So if we did that and all of a sudden INGA and the gas companies were supporting a bigger pipeline safety trust, if pipeline safety is really the biggest issue, why would all the environmental groups then come down on me as being a shill for the industry?
Maybe some of the environmental groups get into that one.
Here, I think, Carl, it goes back to one of your first slides as you kicked off this year's conference was focus on pipeline safety. Remember the picture he had up there? And I think what hurts, whether it's engagement or us working together all for the three-legged stool to work, is the fact that all the other stuff gets thrown in there, and all of a sudden it's not even about pipeline safety, it's about everything else. If we can stay focused on pipeline safety, I think there's great opportunities for us to really move the needle collectively. And as we've talked about, there's real examples where that's happened because of this conference or discussions you and I have had or Bruce and I have had, and that's what we've got. If we can stay focused on that, but it's all the other stuff that gets thrown in the soup that kind of screws it up.
So you want to put the constraints on what is pipeline safety? I'm just trying to get the conversation going. Anybody else up here, or do we want to open it up to the floor?
I think I probably should step in here because I did hear sort of this environmental, one of the reasons that safety isn't progressing is because of the environmental groups, and I had to sort of take a beat on that and say, wait a second. I think that one of the areas that, that doesn't get talked about a lot is the environmental impacts, that's part of PHMSA's, it's also, part of PHMSA's mission is to protect the environment as well. So I think that environmental groups would do well to engage in safety, and not all environmental groups are opposed to speaking about safety, certainly not the ones that I come from and work with. A lot of them are not opposed to talking about safety. It's important to human health as well as the environment, which are the issues we talk about. And I do think that we can create such a toxic environment where we don't talk to each other at all, that it's because of the places that we will never agree, and those places exist. And that's one sort of Chuck's slide, for those of you who heard Chuck Lesniak had a slide of, we have to agree to disagree, but still have the conversations about what's important. So if we can do that and then be in the room and talk about safety, I think that would be a benefit. And I know that, I've been guilty of sometimes not wanting to have a conversation with certain groups, and I can see that there's culpability all around in terms of not having the conversation.
Yeah, and I think we experienced that in the 3-day session on public engagement where we had environmental groups, and there was a lot of varying opinions in that room, but at the end, it produced some things because we focused on pipeline safety from all fronts, and it was a good discussion. It wasn't that it was always easy, but at the end, I think we were all better for it. So.
And so I have two points. One, I want to go back to the tag component that Carl mentioned, and earmarking tag funds for more public safety advocacy work. I will tell you that the TAG stands for Technical Assistant Grant Program, and it's one of the grant programs that my office administers, and it is for nonprofits and local community organizations who seek to advance pipeline safety, whether it's through technical assistance, participating in local, in official pipeline safety proceedings, and advancing pipeline safety in general. That is a discretionary grant, which means it is a competitive discretionary grant, which means it has to go through a competitive process, evaluation review, and it's ultimately those grant awards, which can be up to a single award amount of $100,000 per applicant or grantee. Those are approved by the Secretary of Transportation. My office, we get involved with the review of the process, but it makes its way up through the chains for ultimate final approval. I don't know how likely it will be to earmark from that standpoint, but I think this is a great forum to put a plug out for that grant program itself and say that we award it annually, usually around the August, September timeframe of each year. And that would be a great resource for, sound pipeline safety-related projects to come forward and take advantage of that as a source of funding. We actually are about to gear up for the next cycle here in the next few months to really publicize the next round of that for 2020. So more information will come to that. My second question, I struggle with the public safety advocacy. So I have a question to throw back to Carl and the public, and that's how do you define pipeline safety advocate or public safety advocate? Because I also consider myself one of those. And when someone asked a question earlier, raise your hand if you're a member of the public, I struggle because part of me was like this, and the other part was like, put your hand down, you're on the panel representing PHMSA. But I'm in a community and I live and work near pipelines as well. And I think that, and I don't want to minimize what you're saying. We need more folks out here advocating who aren't in official other role or capacity. So I absolutely understand that. But I also want to just share that we should all see ourselves. We should be able to take off one hat and put on the other, or you keep two hats on at the same time. I've doubled up layers. My sons play football, and I had 3 shirts on last week at a game. But if you could put on more than one hat and recognize that we have an obligation and an opportunity to be focused more than just on my role as a regulator, for example, but to also be mindful and respectful of those other issues that oftentimes it does take our pipeline safety advocates to really come forward and say those things that maybe Christy can't say in her official government role, and there's a need for having other voices that could get those messages out a little bit differently.
And I certainly agree that everybody in here is part of the public. Hopefully everybody in here is an advocate for safety. But my issue was, I think we all bring our own baggage, and if you're an industry public safety advocate, you're certainly wearing that industry baggage. If you're a regulator, you have all kinds of regulatory constraints. So who speaks for the public interest?
Right.
Anybody else up here? Anybody out there? Anybody want to change the subject? Okay, we're done. Oh, no.
All right.
You just walked past one, too. So. But Jonathan Zell is a good person to ignore, so.
All right. Let's talk about climate change. I organized a panel this year on...
No, we just said we don't want to get off on tangents.
Yeah, so this is the question. I organized a panel on energy transitions and pipeline safety, sparsely attended by industry folks, although some came. But Sean speaks to the question of how do we define pipeline safety? I mean, I can tick off a long list of ways in which climate change absolutely has everything to do with pipeline safety. It certainly has a lot to do with public engagement. The public wants to talk about it. The public wants you guys to talk about it. And so I'm wondering how representatives from FERC and PHMSA and industry are thinking now. And 5 years ago at this conference, you could barely utter the word. And so can we talk about climate change?
Our panel up here wants a new panel.
Is that when you said you'd rotate chairs?
I think my name's Jen Hillman with Alaska Pipeline Service Company, operator of the Trans-Alaska Pipeline. And maybe a different angle of climate change for us is the impact on our infrastructure. So in Alaska, climate change is actually a pipeline safety concern, right? So permafrost, thawing, and all those types of things. So I know that in the lower 48, it's probably not being seen in quite the same way, but we do take that into consideration in Alaska, just to let you know that that's happening for us.
So, CJ again, interstate natural gas pipelines. I think things have changed, right, in terms of the level to which industry is engaging and recognizes our need to engage on climate change. I think I've been at INGA for 3 or 4 years now. One of the things we've done in that time is come out with a commitment to a commitment to methane emissions reductions. When we had that conversation within INGA, one of the first things that came up is, this is sort of a natural progression from other sort of INGA-wide commitments we've made in the past. The example that I think is relevant here, because Carl helped us with it, at least give us some input in it on the time, was commitments we made in 2011 after the PG&E incident in San Bruno to improve our safety performance and to hold ourselves accountable in safety. And that framework of an INGA member-wide commitment to safety sort of serves as a springboard to an INGA member-wide commitment to methane emissions reduction. Now, does that commitment have everything in it that everyone would want? Certainly not. Is it something that's going to need to continue to change over time? Absolutely. But I do think, at least from my perspective, this is an area where our industry is one needs to engage more in than we have in the past, and is willing to engage more in and wants to engage more in than we have in the past. So, and I do think that there's some of it that is going to have to happen, or will happen, sort of outside of pipeline safety discussions. For example, discussions around what fuel should we be using overall. Should we be building new infrastructure overall? I think there's ways to connect that to pipeline safety, but I think we also all agree that maybe some of those links are more attenuated, but there's also more direct ways to connect this conversation to pipeline safety. The easiest example is for what we do as interstate gas pipeline operators. If there's a pipeline safety incident, that means natural gas is being released into the atmosphere. That has a climate impact. So in that sense, the relationship is very close. That doesn't mean that, so that means that, there's a role on this topic in pipeline safety discussions. It also means in order to move priorities forward on pipeline safety, we're going to have to work together to figure out where that line is, because I think we also all know that there's just some things that aren't going to be fixed by pipeline safety regulations or by PHMSA. So I think the only way we're going to get through all that and move forward is by having that conversation and talking about climate change.
Because I'm thinking, not just permafrost, there's subsidence, there's soil erosion, there's desertification. All those things are going to affect current pipeline infrastructure. They already are.
And I was going to add, as far as FERC's review, we've come a long way with climate change. Now we actually have a climate change discussion section. A few years ago we didn't, but it's one of those hot topics that are always evolving. There's still a lot of research to be done, and we're continuing to working, on it.
There are other infrastructure projects that take.
We need to get you on a microphone.
And it's my turn.
Somebody else has got the microphone.
Come on, Glenn.
I think so.
Are you going to kind of be on this subject, Jonathan?
I'm going to address this subject a little bit. I think there's 2 points that I want to make, because, we're the Environmental Defense Fund. We engage on multiple facets of this discussion and these discussion topics. The first one is a release or an event is a multi-policy, addresses numerous policy issues, and we can no longer, and many of you have seen how EDF's positioning has evolved over the last 3 to 4 years. We cannot parse a release as between adverse environmental impact and safety. They're so intermingled that they cannot be parsed. It just doesn't work. And in fact, as you saw yesterday, we presented data that essentially demonstrates that to be the case in the distribution segment. But let me just be really frank here, because I get pushback all the time, just like Carl kind of alluded to or implied. How can you, EDF, be supporting these utilities to replace their leak-prone infrastructure with with steel in the ground or whatever, plastic in the ground that's depreciated and amortized over 40 or 50 years? How can you justify that, EDF? I'm going to tell you how I can justify that, and I would suggest that the industry needs to listen fairly closely to this, because this is actually not my opinion. It's the opinion of the largest investor in the gas utility and pipeline space, Energy Income Partners, and I work closely with their CEO, Jim Murchie. An industry that is dependent on earnings completely on putting more and more steel in the ground to move hydrocarbons is doomed to failure if they cannot figure out a way to earn profits through some other mechanism. And the fact of the matter is, the more and more steel you put in the ground, the less the steel in the ground is worth. And so the industry is going to find itself in a very, very difficult cycle. I go talk to CEOs all the time with the largest investor in the pipeline space, and I say, what's your plan for shareholder returns when you start losing customers and your throughput starts going down? And I'm going to tell you this, I'm not going to speak for my investor friends. If they don't have that plan, they're probably not an attractive investment target. So there is a way that these issues can be harmonized, but it is challenging, and that's the way the future goes. But frankly, and I'll take the heat, okay? You got to replace the leak-prone pipe. I mean, you don't really have a choice for doing that. It's just the companies that are replacing the leak-prone pipe need to figure out how they're going to remain in business as their throughput and customer base declines, because that's pretty much inevitable.
Sure.
Yeah, I'd like to jump in and echo what Jonathan's saying. You got to replace the leak-prone pipes, no question. And some of the slides earlier in this presentation was talking about methane as a 20 times more potent greenhouse gas than carbon. Well, that's 80 years. 20 years, it's 84 times more, and we got to be looking at those in the next 10 years. That's what's important. So climate change. I'm by the way, I should introduce myself. Hi, I'm Patty Kronheim, and I'm with Rethink Energy New Jersey. And climate change informs pretty much everything we do, and that's why that's why we support the replacement of leaking pipelines. Not only is it a safety issue, and New Jersey is the most densely populated state in the country. So that's a huge issue with lots of potential impact, but it is because of the methane and the climate issues. And whether it's new infrastructure, or whether it's continued operations, or whether then it's finally the end of the life cycle when we get rid of the pipelines, all of that is important to look at from a safety perspective, and it's very important that all of us look at the entire life cycle of the pipelines, from beginning to end, because the end, there will be an end. I mean, that's talking about climate change. We have to basically, there are those who say that the role, and I'm going to say this, and I may never be invited back, but the role of the gas infrastructure is to ebb away gracefully. And we are starting to see that that's got to turn. We've got to turn that corner and make that happen. But in the meantime, we've got pipes in the ground, and we got to make sure they're safe.
Hi. I just wanted to kind of circle back to what Jen was saying. In California, we're obviously feeling the effects of climate change. Wildfire is huge. And one of the things that we're dealing with is, not to name names, but a company that seems is working to compliance as opposed to looking a little past that. So it does make us wonder about the new threats that climate change poses to the pipeline infrastructure. One of the things we were worried about was exposed spans that sit above ground. Literally, we have 2 fires in Lafayette. There was the Kincaid fire, which are still putting out, and I don't know what's up there as far as above ground structures that are susceptible to fire, anything melting, regulators, I don't know. But when does new regulations kick in to have companies kind of look at the new standards that maybe are environmental threats for an integrity management that need to be considered, so that companies that aren't going above and beyond at least have to meet a minimum standard to face the new threats that climate change poses?
I am the PHMSA regulatory SME for Alyeska Pipeline, and I actually think that the letter of the regulation does already address that, as far as inspections after natural disasters, as far as identifying the risks that you face and regularly assessing those risks and mitigating those risks. I can't speak to how people assess that, but we are required to support our pipe. So if we have melting permafrost or slope issues or whatever that is, like that's built into the regulation. So I think it's already there, but people maybe, it takes time to adjust to the changing risk, is my thought.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I think that's goes back to the earlier discussion about transparency and data about what maybe we don't see, and that's what we're trying to figure out is, we're talking about local or community, whether you want to call it an integrity management, a hybridized version of that to identify those threats. I guess that's what we're looking for, transparency for that, which kind of leads all to this. Are they identifying all the threats, and what is the minimum threshold that they have to?
I was actually going to thank Jonathan and Patty for supporting replacing leaking pipe when just not even 10 years ago, we only had about a dozen states that were truly supportive of replacing cast iron and bare steel. Oh, sorry, Christina Sames, American Gas Association Distribution. So I'll continue on from the interstate, CJ. And we worked with DOT to push commissions to allow faster replacement, because for distribution, we have to go through the commissions. And it's the commissions that decide how much can be replaced. So we need the commissioners to support infrastructure replacement. We now have almost every state that has programs in place, but you can only replace so much pipe at once. You need qualified individuals. You need to do it in a way that keeps the cost to the customer low, so thoughtful, and it causes a good bit of disruption. You're tearing up streets, you're shutting neighborhoods off for a while, you're doing a lot in order to replace the pipe. So for the distribution side, we're definitely looking at not just the replacement of cast iron and bare steel. I'll throw in Adelaide, which is a plastic pipe that seems to be the next level. But we're going beyond that. We're doing so much to try to figure out renewable natural gas, working with dairy farms, for example, chicken farms. It's amazing how much methane comes from animals, waste treatment, landfills, to capture that gas, clean it up, because it definitely has to be cleaned, and then get it to a point that we can put it in the system. We're also doing a lot with researching hydrogen, which is a byproduct of renewables, to use that as an extra energy source in the pipelines. We're working currently with the American Gas Foundation on all of these elements, because we agree we need to figure out how else can we take advantage of efficient, cost-effective, low-price natural gas in a way that works with the environment. And I'll throw in it's 92% efficient compared to electricity, which loses a lot of its efficiency. But we got to do ways a little bit better.
Beth has a microphone.
So part of my comment or question was already just posed about improving regulations to take into account climate change, or adding on additional regulations that adapt to how we're feeling climate change across the region or across the world. But also during the process of getting pipelines permitted, is there an opportunity to consider locations and future impacts that we're not taking advantage of, not only from the regulatory side, but also from operators?
Well, I was going to add that one of the impacts, climate change impacts, our most precious resource is water. And many pipelines that are proposed are a serious threat to our water. There are pipelines that cross C1 streams, and one of the most egregious oxymorons that I hear a lot is temporary wetland impacts. Well, there aren't temporary impacts to a wetland. You kill a wetland, it's an ecosystem. So, so I would say water impacts is one that really needs to be just given much higher value, because many proposed lines for pipelines are just incredibly damaging and threaten our drinking water. And it's about our drinking water, let's be clear. We're talking about drinking water. So
So did you get an answer, Beth? Your question was, are there ways to change regulations that start looking forward to address potential climate change? Or do the regulations already do that, as the person from Alyeska said, that they're supposed to identify their risk, and if one of the risks is melting permafrost, they have to address that?
Well, I'll stick to the pipeline safety regulations because that's my area of expertise. And in addition to the point that was made about how a lot of the existing regulations do require operators to account for the threat of earth movement and those sorts of things, regardless of why it's occurring, PHMSA continues to update those parts of the regulation. So on the gas transmission side, as was discussed numerous times in the past couple of days, PHMSA's just finished a new rulemaking, right? And part of that rulemaking now requires some more explicit language related to considering the threats of earth movement, as well as some more explicit language related to responding to weather and outside force threats and extreme weather. So point being there, I do think that the pipeline safety regulations need to respond to the threats that we're seeing. We've seen failures due to earth movement. We've seen failures following extreme weather events. And at least in the case of these recent regulations, there has been changes to the regulatory code for gas transmission pipelines to reflect that. And I think that's part of that continuous improvement cycle. The regulations are going to need to continue to evolve to meet whatever the threats are to pipelines.
And in terms of PHMSA, I'll say that your point is well taken, and what we hear is that we need to continuously think about how climate change may affect pipeline safety in the work that we do at PHMSA as a part of our policy and our regulatory processes.
Yeah, proactively as well, when we know there's a hurricane coming, or we know that in the case of California, we're gonna have gale force winds, you know, making sure that infrastructure is ready or decommissioned at that time so that the disaster's not made worse. You know, we have a very prime example in Michigan where we fight regularly to have one particular piece of infrastructure turned off when we know that there's really bad conditions in this one location. And it's a fight every single time, and then you just don't know if it's really happening or not. And this is an example of where it could only get worse all across the country if we're not paying attention. And are there things that we can be doing to be a lot more proactive to not make that situation worse? Fires after hurricanes, oil spills after hurricanes, so on and so forth.
And I think it's worth saying in the context here too. I mean, obviously want to be responsive to the question about the regulations, but this is one area where the nature of pipelines makes them more resilient to these threats than other types of infrastructure. I think it's fair to say, you look at what happens after a hurricane in the Gulf, you could have, and this is for a long time now, right? You could have days or weeks without power. You don't have days or weeks without natural gas, for example. Usually what's driving the speed of recovery of natural gas after an extreme weather event, frankly, unfortunately, is not the pipeline system has damage or the pipeline system problem. It's until you can ensure that the homes or the businesses, those structures are safe, you can't turn the gas back on. So I do think the nature of our infrastructure being underground, while it's not resilient to all weather and all threats, the record does show that it's much more resilient than other types of infrastructure because it's buried. And I think
Changing the subject here a second.
Yep. Okay, you want to change the subject?
Well, I think Jonathan is about to explode back there, so we'll let Jonathan have the last comment on this, and then I'm going to change the subject.
Okay, thank you so much. Amongst many very important teaching moments that we've had over the last 2 days, I'm going to channel Mayor Rivera for a second, which was a painful discussion because and I'm going to put this into the context of regulation. We understand that in fact the gas utility sector has probably been the most profitable sector in the utility segment for the past 10 years because utilities make money when they replace pipes. They earn shareholder return based on their investment in plant, which increases when they replace pipes. I kind of wanted to explain this to Mayor Rivera while he was speaking. What happens is, unfortunately, if a utility is focused just on increasing investment in plant without considering public welfare you get outcomes like the tragedy that they experienced in Lawrence, Massachusetts. And so when I said that that utilities should continue to replace their leak-prone pipe, that wasn't unconditional. Utilities need to implement best practices for eliminating leaks. We essentially should have a leak-free system, understanding that there are actions by third parties that cannot always be controlled, but that should be the goal, a leak-free system. And I have time and time again, I can give you examples for the next hour, worked with utilities that have essentially opposed regulatory approaches that would tighten up their systems, that would require best practices in reducing leaks. That, for example, the rollback of the methane regulation that's going on right now, which impacts some pipeline companies. How many of the pipeline operators stepped up and said, a few did, by the way, no, President Trump, we actually don't think you should be deregulating methane emissions from the pipeline sector. So, you know, regulation is important. Utilities can and should be able to make money, but it comes with an obligation. And if they're not going to be using best practices and supporting regulatory approaches that are entirely cost-effective and approaches that and achievable, that goes right to the heart of poor Mayor Rivera's problem, which is watching a utility focused on increasing investment in plant and losing sight of the most important duty that they have.
And he also pointed out, Jonathan, you know, that where were the penalties? He said, you can't pull out a gun in a convenience store and shoot someone without going to jail. So where are the penalties for these kinds of actions? So I think enforcement and penalties is something that needs to be looked at when companies and operators don't, behave in the public interest, because it is a right. To be a utility is has a huge responsibility that goes with it.
All right, let me try to change the subject. We'll see how successful I am. One of the things we've heard, and we heard it from Jim Hall this morning, Jonathan just alluded to it a little bit, is, if you don't like public interest groups having a stronger say in pipeline safety, a grassroots way to deal with that is to give your local governments more of a, elected officials at the local level, local governments, more of a say in pipeline safety. Yet local governments are told over and over again that they have no authority for anything. So if pipeline safety in zero instance is really the highest priority, why don't we allow our local elected officials to have more of a say in safety issues? That was kind of a softball to you, Gerard. But anybody can chime in.
You're right there.
Do you feel like you're at a candidate forum again?
I hope I never have a Mayor Rivera incident, and certainly that's why I'm here. But there are a couple things that throughout the last couple days that struck me, and the one was this concept that sometimes we put pipelines out in rural areas, and then we're shocked that they come develop near them. And through the whole process of having a pipeline sited in our city, which we opposed to, was this concept of property rights. And safety and property rights are very closely linked. So as an industry, if you want to come put a pipeline in a rural area, you've in a sense said you really shouldn't develop within 500 feet from here or 1,000 feet from here. But nobody's willing to say that because you've taken land rights when you've done that. And so to say, well, you really shouldn't come develop here within 500 feet 20 years later, it doesn't sound good, because you're basically admitting you've taken land rights. And so those are all the things that we struggle with. How as an industry do you come put a pipeline through a city? You can say that the chances are it won't ever be a problem, and statistically that's pretty true. But it seems to me that if it is a problem, you wouldn't want it near people. And so, there's a lot of issues with just kind of the whole perception of rights and what we should do. Now, as a city, should I protect these zones, and I should tell people who have property, you can't develop in these areas because the gas company came through and didn't pay you for any rights, right? It just seems odd. So I think safety has to be thought of in much more specific terms. If you want to follow the NEPA process, you know, and utilities successfully argued that we were an affluent community trying to fight the gas line and trying to get it rerouted into more rural, poorer communities, and use the whole NEPA argument against us, which seems counterintuitive, because what we really wanted was to keep the pipeline away from people. And so they're following the NEPA process. They're following rules that none of our rules apply to them, right? And so these are all the struggles that I faced. I'm not really here to argue about global warming and all those issues. And I know those are important issues. It seems to me, just briefly, that eliminating methane leaks and safety both head to the same point. If we could achieve that, both groups should be happy. We're not releasing methane. If you're not releasing it, then you don't have safety threats to people who live near there. But the whole process sometimes doesn't make any sense because everybody's following a different set of rules. And so as a community, that was what my struggle was with Carl, and that's why I'm here. And that's, if we can increase safety, we have to get by some of those general rules and say, really, let me just put it this way. Should FERC have been able to say to Enbridge that in the interest of time and money, you don't have to consider a 100-mile reroute to get it further away from people? Does anybody here like the sound of that, in the interest of time and money? Because the industry has time and money, but for our regulators to say that there's no sense delaying this, let's just put it through. So we all have things that we can do to get better. It goes to how it's cited, how it's approved, landowner rights. There's a lot of issues, and certainly methane release and global warming. There's so many issues, but there's so many factors that go into public safety beyond just the leaks. Keep the pipelines away from people, folks. That seems pretty intuitive.
Anybody else on this one? Bob? Get a microphone up front.
Well, the mayor opened up a discussion, I think, about local government. I'm a former county commissioner. I've served for 12 years, and most of what we did in local government had to do with land growth management and land use and related subjects. And it continues to bother me that there are no setback requirements. There are no standards. There are homes that are increased every year. There are more and more homes and families who are exposed to risks from pipeline incidents, and local governments just are not able to do anything about it. I made a few attempts myself, but there's no guidance. So I mean, is a 100-yard setback the right number? Is it a 50 feet? Is it a 500 feet? We don't know. And I know that there have been some attempts to study that. And I was part of an advisory group for the New Jersey Institute of Technology. They did a big study for the Office of Pipeline Safety after the Edison, New Jersey disaster. And there were some calculations about blast zones and the diameter of the pipe with compared with the thickness and the operating pressure. And it unfortunately led nowhere. Loss of use of your property is very important to the property owner. And if we tell a developer, well, you can't have anything closer than 100 feet of the pipeline that goes through your property, then that's a loss of value that they don't want to absorb on their own. Who pays for that? So it's a subject that just I wish we'd pay much more attention to and try to do some honest examination of what we can do about that.
Carl, can I address that?
Sure.
So one of the things that when we had our pipeline safety meetings earlier this year, and I would tell the group that, so they put in a 36-inch pipeline, 1,440 PSI max pressure. That's a lot, right? And I said, they could put that within 10, 20 feet of a house. And the people looked at me like, what? I said, oh yeah, you can put that within 20 feet of a house. And by the way, it doesn't even have to be the same property owner that you received the easement from. It could be the adjacent property. And it spins in their mind, well, how can that be, right? And so the thought that I've had since going through that is as an industry, what I'd like them to see them do is say, if you're, most of the deaths that occur in these explosions are within a couple hundred feet. I mean, if you look at the data, that's really the case. And so I think you could find a corridor to say that really, that as an industry, we would buy houses, that we would offer to buy your house if you're within that distance, some corridor distance that would make sense. And I think this goes a long way to public safety, because a lot of property owners are going to say, no, I don't want to sell, and that's fine. But we talk about the process and how it's completely in the hands of the oil companies. The property owners through eminent domain don't have any rights. Well, what if we were to say, if you're within 150 feet of this particular pipeline, or 200 feet, that we offer to buy your home at 110% of market value? And then we just say that's the standard. So nobody has to live that close to the pipeline. It's probably never going to explode. But imagine living under that fear. And that's what we don't seem to accept. We don't accept that people have fears that are justified, right? And so why don't we as an industry say, if it's avoidable, we have to buy the structures that are within this zone to make sure that people don't have to live with this fear. 500 feet away, they're still close, but typically, the way it works in the explosions, it's really about the heat of the flame, and they have time to get away. But within a range, we should be protecting those people's rights, and we can do that by offering to buy their houses. Now, I recognize if you go through a very urban area and there's no way around it, there would have to be some provision. But look, in Ohio, if you drive in Ohio, 90% of the places you drive are farms. 10% of it's houses. There clearly was very ways to put in a pipeline that would have avoided major population centers, and they came through a city of 26,000, right? So those are the things that just don't make sense. But I think if we could get to this concept that you just don't build within so many feet of a home, and then you pay damages for that area to all the property owners, even if the easement's not on their property, because you've taken rights from them, and then you're talking about becoming a little bit more fair of a system. But right now, it's not fair.
And that's interesting, because to Bob's point, there is guidance out that PHMSA worked on, 10 years ago now, maybe, the PIPA document, Pipelines and Informed Planning Alliance. But all that guidance was telling local governments what their authority was. You could decide if you want a setback ordinance, or you could decide if you didn't want hospitals next to a pipeline. But when local governments were, started to be talked about like that, or the National Planning Association was talked about that, they said, well, that's all fine and good, but what about if you flip it around? If a new pipeline's coming through the community, can you give the pipeline operator some guidance or rules about how close they can put pipelines to stuff? And as soon as that discussion started to be flipped around, the whole process stopped. Because nobody, the regulators or the industry, was willing to talk about what responsibilities they have for siting new pipelines through existing communities. So if pipeline safety is really the highest priority, why can't we have that discussion?
I have to say, at a state level, Bob, in answer to your, and thanks for working on that with NJIT, New Jersey did, have hearings, and they do have intrastate pipeline rules where the lines aren't supposed to go within 200 feet of any dwelling, and all pipelines in the state of New Jersey are built to Class 4 location. And that was something that, with the influx of pipelines proposed to go through the state Senate just this past year passed a resolution, federal resolution, and sent it off saying, hey, we have this rule in New Jersey, and we're so densely populated, we'd like all interstate pipelines to be built to Class 4 location. We didn't hear back, but that was a resolution passed by the state Senate.
The rule we impose is 700 feet. We won't allow a pipeline within 700 feet of residence. But the other thing, on the point you brought up, when they said interest of time, and money, I will totally disagree with that. But one of the things I've witnessed as a regulator is when we've agreed on a project that is built accordingly and prudently, as regulators, they need to put them in a time frame that's successful. So I was talking to people about, we just had a bore 13,200 feet for a natural gas line. That should have been approved for them in May. And it didn't get approved until November. And in North Dakota, we've already had, 5 weeks of snowstorms that put them in a very difficult position for success. So once we've signed everything off and we know we're gonna approve it anyways, we shouldn't put them in difficult situations, because now we're throwing additional safety risk in there.
So Travis, I don't think people know who you are, so when you say we don't allow them within 700
okay.
feet, tell us how you have any authority to say that.
Well, I'm the pipeline authority, which essentially what I've been saying when these groups are saying we can't regulate pipelines within our tribe, because it's not political. Our councilmen, as a sovereign nation, we're on one group. We're not going to leverage something we agree with to get somebody else to agree with it. In Congress, you'll see Republicans who fully agree with an idea hold it against a Democrat to get something else that they want to exchange these agreements, and vice versa. We're unified. We don't have that. So our focus is strictly safety. So we've created our own pipeline authority. I have regulatory authority over everything from flow lines, gathering lines, transmission lines, it doesn't matter what it is. And we have it built responsibly. And we've had a 99% reduction by doing this. So the method's out there. It can be done. And a lot of it is just really common sense, and as I like to say it, we're protecting them from themselves. I want development, I just want it to be done responsibly, because we have the most dangerous roads in the nation. I've cried so many times over a friend dying or a friend's child dying. It's not something I want to deal with. So every place needs proper infrastructure, but we got to put them in a position of success if we're going to approve it, and not just sit on it for months at a time, and when it's not really wise to pass it then.
Right, so your tribal authority gives you some authority that the mayor of Greene, Ohio doesn't have.
Absolutely. Congratulations, by the way.
I just want to add, I just want to add, so in our environmental documents, we really do a robust alternatives analysis, trying to avoid people and not just sensitive resources. And I've worked on projects where I was just telling somebody at lunch that during open houses, I went and did the site visit, and the pipeline was going through like a cul-de-sac of neighborhood, and I made the company really reroute the whole pipeline. So we do that robust analysis, and we take that into consideration. So.
And I would say, from an industry perspective, and I know for even our own company, I think there's been a little bit of a change of, from an industry perspective, to try to avoid, and not necessarily always the cheapest route, but it's also what's the safest route. And those discussions, and maybe the rules don't exist yet, but I can tell you, because of SMS and Drive to Zero, those discussions are happening much more. And I see Jennifer McKay sitting out there, and I sat on an advisory board in Michigan, and we worked on some pipeline siting, language that, from just a purely industry perspective, it's more burdensome, but from a public, it's collectively, how do we come together to be better off for pipeline and public safety? And so I think the needle's moving, and Travis, I appreciate what you said of, hey, once the needle does move, let's work together, let's go and do this right, because in the end, you're exactly right. I can't remember if Gerard or you said it, is that we don't want it either. I mean, the saying we have within it, if you want a neighborhood to show up, build a pipeline. They're magnets, and boy, I don't want them sitting there right next to us, because one, we want the access and other stuff. So trying to work together collectively, just like we've talked these past 2 days, is so important to have those discussions, and both at the end say, you know what, we can improve and move this needle. It's within us. Yeah. Right.
We see it all the time when people move to the pipeline, then gripe about the pipeline.
Right.
We've got an empty seat up here. If anybody from the industry wants to take CJ's place, who had to run for his.
Carl, could I comment? So we had a comment.
Or if anybody else wants to swap out with any of these people up here.
We had a comment from FERC that, they do a lot of reroutes, and that's true. And on our project, there were probably maybe even 100 or so reroutes. So it wasn't that they were inflexible to minor changes. I think we had proposed the largest reroute in the history of FERC of 100 miles to really get it into more rural areas, and I think that was just maybe a bit much for them, perhaps. But she's absolutely right. There were a lot of tweaking within our community. We just wanted it tweaked completely out of our community.
I want to add that one of the things that the working group that was talking about safety that came up, one of the big issues, it was that we really started seeing that, siting and safety, you can't separate those two things at all. And there would be a lot of value in PHMSA being more involved in the permitting process for pipelines and the application process because of their expertise, but you can't separate siting and safety. And to have the industry, some operators may use best practices and may, actually take that in considerations, but I guarantee there are others who don't. So I think that that's a place where there needs to be a regulator like PHMSA involved from the very beginning to really look at siting and to be able to get input from the communities and from EMS, who often, these people we heard from today, I don't know about the rest of you, but I was really moved by their presentation and what they went through and what they were able to do. But EMS and emergency services and police should be able to be involved and have more information in the beginning process of these projects, not just told what it is once it's operational, which is how it happens now. And that's just not enough. That's not good enough.
I think somebody over there has been waiting.
Oh, thanks. So just to add to that, I keep thinking about this discussion of back to siting and safety, right? This world, this moment in time in which FERC takes jurisdiction, has jurisdiction over interstate natural gas facilities, and we give the safety jurisdiction to the new Department of Transportation, and we create the very problems that we're talking about here because we've separated out two things that really should be together, and then we end up with analyses that essentially, say, well, almost treat the pipeline as if it were sort of separate from the environment in which it's being located, right? So the safety regime over here is taking care of it, so what we need to think about really are the sort of environmental impacts on the surface. And I think if you look through the sort of siting laws generally across the United States, right, and you think about the ways in which that interacts with the safety regime, if I had one big wish, it would be to bring those sets of laws together because, I think it was a mistake to try to separate them. I understand that land use is traditionally more of a, state set of issues, or FERC, but I think we can't get past this set of issues unless we either give authority to local governments to really be able to deal with the siting question and think about safety, or we combine these two efforts at the front end.
So to that, combining the two efforts, go north of the border and ask people how well they like the NEB effort. Where it is combined.
And another topic too that seems to get missed is the respect on the HCA's for water intakes. And so when these groups build, and the perfect example is the Glendive incident. When they allow pipelines to go into the water, it got into their water intake. That's inexcusable. So there should also be accountability like we talked about before. And when you get a group who just had the big spill, 400,000 gallons in North Dakota, they had it in South Dakota before, and they have a history of these failures, and we're talking about something as precious as that Oglala aquifer, they haven't earned the right to go through that. That should be rerouted thousands of miles. If you cannot prove to be a prudent operator and keep your product where it belongs, right now it's in a wetland in North Dakota, we can't trust them with a big aquifer like that. There's no way something like that should be passed, and there's no way politics should be allowed to step in and allow for something like that. They haven't earned the right to put our safety at risk.
Anybody else? Anybody have a new subject? Anybody want to come up to the hot seats? What a bunch of wimps.
I'd like,
I know, yeah.
I'd like to raise an issue that we really haven't talked about, and that is how human health fits into all of this. because there's nobody in the approval process that has that responsibility, it seems. And we haven't been able to get baseline health tests or anything. But it seems to me that methane affects human health, and the particulate and all of that gets let out affects human health. May also affect animal health, whether it's my Angus beef flock herd or whether it's the wildlife, the deer that everybody comes to our place to hunt. And when I asked if there was an impact on animal health, well, we don't have any studies on that. And so they said, it's no problem, don't worry about it. And they've told us repeatedly that our air is so clean that we can afford the pollution and that we'll be okay.
I heard air and pollution, but I'm not going to suck you in, Mark. Because there's another disconnect. Mark Buford's here from the Northwest Clean Air Agency, oversees air permits, which are kind of, in parts of the country, it's a big issue around compressor stations, natural gas compressor stations, and now I got Patty going again. And that's another, you don't have to respond to this at all, Mark, but that's another one of those agency disconnects. We've got FERC putting pipelines in places, we got PHMSA overseeing the safety of pipelines, and then we have another agency dealing with human health and air impacts.
And I would say kind of dealing with it because they're all looked at individually as if they just are in a vacuum and the levels are too low to begin with. I mean, what's acceptable is not acceptable, frankly, and when you have to look at cumulative impacts, there's been some federal legislation floated. I think Senator Booker was part of the EJ community's cumulative air bills. There's been tried to be some movement with that at state levels, but that looks at these impacts regionally. And where I live, just anecdotally, where I live within a 50-mile radius, just in the last couple of years, there's the equivalent of 5 new compressor stations. We've got compressor stations 10 miles apart that are proposed. It's a massive increase in air impacts, and none of that is looked at holistically. It's just looked at as one-offs. And in terms of proposed pipelines, sometimes at a local level, towns and communities bring their Board of Healths together, and they sort of try to look at all of the impacts of proposed infrastructure. And they look at things, everything from well water, aquifer, the health of the water system and the drinking water, to stress levels, to all different kinds of impacts. In some areas are arsenic hot zones, and there'd be huge risks of arsenic from not just the construction of pipelines, but the operation of them and what happens in the ground. But all they do is create these reports, send them into FERC, and they might get the attention sometimes of the Departments of Environmental Protections when it comes down to the permitting piece, but they don't get weighed properly. We think they don't get weighed heavily enough in the federal permitting process.
Are we done? No, I didn't think so. Simona.
Hi, Simona Perry, Pipeline Safety Coalition, and I'm just going to go back to something that was touched on before and just bring up that there's a lot of people that aren't in the room that we're talking about, and that some of the issues that are being brought up, we don't have the right players, the right people at the table even to talk about them. And one of those has to do with the issue of climate change adaptation, I would call it, when it comes to infrastructure. And there are a lot of things going on in terms of research in infrastructure, with engineering. And there are people looking at that at the national level, international level, about how to engineer things. So I think one of the things that I just wanted to bring into this was that we need a lot of creative thinkers and minds at the table, and people that are thinking in innovative ways that it might not be about pipeline safety, but it might be about things like materials. And I know that the pipeline companies know this. I think sometimes the public maybe knows about it, but just wants somebody else to solve it. And I think we all, I think this shared responsibility, and the fact that we actually should bring someone to these meetings who's never been to it before, and whether we're from the public, whether we're from industry, whether we're a regulator, bring somebody to these meetings, whatever they might be, around pipeline safety, so that they can see that they actually might have something to contribute. Because I think this is a large challenge, like one of these big social challenges, that we need all hands on deck to solve. And I don't think we can, we try to because we're human, we try to stovepipe things to be able to solve them in neat little packages. But this is such a holistic kind of problem that I think we need researchers, we need young scholars, we need youth in the room, we need indigenous people who think about these things in different ways. That would lend a lot to looking at the future. So I just wanted to bring that in and say that a lot of the things we're talking about, I think we don't necessarily have we have wonderful people here, and it's great that this trust has been able to bring such diversity together already. I think we have a long way to go in terms of more diversity to solve these really complex, challenging problems. So if anybody has any ideas about who those people are and what that means.
Environmental justice alliances would be very valuable at the table, since their communities are so often and are the most impacted much of the time by gas and oil infrastructure. That's a great point, Simona, that you're making.
John, you joined us. You got anything? Doesn't have to be on that. You want to ask the public why, if safety is the highest priority, why do they?
One pitch I'd like to make, and I was in the reauthorization session yesterday on Congress, and we were talking about the different legislation and why things are the way we all know they are. They're all kind of locked up. And let me put a plug in. It kind of goes to that, but also whether it's any type of advocacy, we know that if we work together in coalitions, we have a stronger voice. And when you're trying to, Congress, you have Republicans and Democrats, when you can bring people together and show both sides that there's a member of the coalition on their side and there's a member of the coalition on the other side, whichever side they're on, when they see that, they're empowered to say, we should do something, we can do something, it's safe to do something, because you have that coalition. So we've talked about a lot of different subjects today, some which divide us, some which are unsolvable in the current scheme. But to the extent that we can find the areas to come together, then we can have a powerful force for change, whether it's safer pipes or the like. So we have a year of public engagement focus coming up on that. We have a year of working with policymakers upcoming. So I'd urge us to find where we can work together, and we'll be more successful.
Comments? I think we're all getting tired. All right, well, we only have 4 minutes left, so I'm just going to thank everybody for coming to New Orleans again. Hopefully not for the last time. Oh, we have what are you waving at me about? Oh, go ahead, Glenn.
Okay, I got the mic. I'm going to change the subject a little bit here. I'm going to go back 20 years to the day Bellingham's pipeline failed. The next morning, my family took our little boy inside and said, you cannot play on top of the pipeline out in the field any longer. It wasn't rational, didn't make any sense, but it was a parent's response to what had happened. And you can't avoid it. It just happens to you. So I've been 20 years trying to regain some faith. And I look at these communities around this country that I've monitored and listened to for 20 years, and I'm thinking of Massachusetts and Kentucky. I listened to those folks yesterday. How do you bring people like me back to a level of faith and trust in the industry after you go through things like that? And having lived through that sense of dread, never having my little boy hurt, but always living under that threat has been difficult. So what do we do? How are we going to go to Massachusetts and get those people back to have some faith and trust in the industry?
Anybody?
I'll take a stab and then I'll turn it over to you, Sean.
Say how many minutes we have left?
One, I think that it's important to acknowledge where we are in that there are still pipeline incidents that we collectively need to learn from. So I think it continues to be an opportunity to listen and to learn and to really try to get to the heart of what are some of the systemic issues that we've heard come up over the course of the last 2 days, and to continue to make improvements. And I think every day we need to continue to wake up and say, are we doing the best we can? Are we really trying to move the needle on safety? Are we listening to the folks who live in the communities, have those concerns? And I think that really, your question really gets back to the heart of what we've talked about around engagement and putting it on the table. There is a lack of trust and credibility and some serious concerns and apprehension, and figuring out how do we move forward one situation at a time, but how do we continue to collectively move forward, whether it's with regulations, whether it's with other initiatives that are not regulatory in nature, but we recognize that you don't arrive at safety in the sense of you can check a box and keep and all is done. We need to continue to challenge ourselves as regulators, and I'll speak for ourselves, as we hear other issues come up that may not be on our radar. We need to take those back and say there are some new concerns, risks, hazards, whatever it may be, and we need to continue to keep the conversation open and take a fresh look at what we're doing and figure out how we can continue to make improvements.
All right. And at that, I'm going to, I saw Sean reaching for it. Did you want to, Sean?
I was just going to say, I'll just say this. I think, Glenn, in those situations, we just have to continue the journey. And part of that journey, unfortunately, is about failures. But I like to tell our folks is that we must embrace our failures. And the failures aren't just ours. They're each other operators. And we have a responsibility to learn from each other, because the one thing no one wants to be in those shoes. I send texts all the time to some of my peers, and I say, hey, anything we can do, because I've been in those shoes and I know it's hard. We're willing to help you there. So I think just continue down that path, but embrace your failures and then never forget. And I think we just got to keep our head down and keep going and talk about the future. Never forget the past. So we talked a lot about 20 years ago, Bellingham, but that's inspiration. We want to drive to zero. We want safer pipelines, and we're making some headway. We're not there yet, but I think it's just continuing on and having dialogues like this conference.
And Chuck, I'm sorry, Sean. Chuck was before. Sean, you guys are friends. But Sean, what you said earlier, I want to refer to. If you want the public's trust, you have to earn it.
Yep.
All right. At that, I'm going to cut it off. I thank everybody for coming. I think one of the questions is, there's several hundred pipeline companies in the country. I can't ever remember what the number is. And I bet there's less than 24 here in the room. So how do we get all those other ones who I would guess if we did a in-depth analysis are the laggards of the industry to start listening to these types of messages? I think we've heard powerful things in the last 2 days. We've got lots of positive feedback from all sides. It's amazing when you see someone like Jim Hall come in and kind of read us all the Riot Act and everybody stands up and applauds. That's a really good sign. I think that shows safety culture in action in this room. So I thank you all for taking time out of your lives and coming to New Orleans. I can say it after 14 years. We hope to see you next year somewhere else, and we may be back here after that. Thank you very much.